Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right. Again.
Good morning. This is Mayor Rick Lott, and we have an echo there. I guess we'll have to live with the echo for a little bit. Okay. Good morning. This is Mayor Rick Lott. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is our CRA meeting to discuss two RFPs today. Before we get started, though, we need to make sure we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Lott,
Here.
Commissioner Dodson,
Here.
Commissioner Sparkman,
Here.
Commissioner Mathis. Here. Vice Mayor Kilton.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say it's great for us to be back in our city chambers, commission chambers today, and seeing a lot of smiling faces that we're used to seeing at least a couple of times a month. And so even though we're really spread out and spaced out, we only have a few people in the room. It's great to be back in here again, especially you guys. So let's go ahead and get started. We have a busy schedule and a time crunch here today. At first, though, Madam Clerk, we have an item of business to vote on.
Yes. Approval of the June 22nd.
What's the pleasure of the commission?
Motion approved, Your Honor.
Second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Kilton. Who?
I
Okay, you did. Okay. Sorry. Okay. All right, we're good. If you'll please vote.
Mine didn't come up.
Yours didn't come up. I'll put it in.
Okay, yes.
It did? Okay.
No, I did not come up, but yes.
Okay, I'll put it in. It's there.
Okay. And the minutes of the CRA for June 22nd are approved with a 5-0 vote. Okay, we are here this morning to hear a presentation from two RFPs. The first will be from one proposal received for RFP 19-081 is to develop city-owned property. And the second would be we'll be getting presentations on 4 different proposals for RFP 20-044 for the Midtown redevelopment project that we've been working on for a while, and we're very excited about these projects and hearing these presentations. Public comments from those in the attendance today will be allowed following the conclusion of the final presentation of each RFP. So after the first RFP, which is the one for the development of city-owned property, which is 19-081, we have public comment afterwards, okay? And then we'll have public comment after we have the 4 presentations on the Midtown District redevelopment. So this morning, the first presentation regarding RFP 19-081, development city-owned property. It's located on Collins Street at MLK Boulevard, and it is from Hall and Camp LLC. And this morning, we'd like to welcome Jay and Stephen Holland Camp to the podium. And, you know, I believe, Jay, you're going to be presenting. Is that correct?
We both will be.
We both will be? Okay, great. Well, good morning and welcome, you know.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stephen Hollenkamp.
Can you bring it up?
Good morning, Jay Hollenkamp.
I'm bringing it up now. Yeah, you have it on.
A fire wounded Archimedes in 2005. I say wounded because that fire burned to the ground 2 buildings in the heart of our home at the intersection of Collins and MLK. That corner in its heyday looked like this and like this. Following the fire, the city manager at the time pushed to rebuild. He said, ideally, that corner would be redeveloped to a mixed-use building since it occupies such a prominent location in the downtown. And 2 attempts were made to rebuild. Unfortunately, both of those attempts were not able to survive the economic recession that started in 2008. And by 2010, that property had become an unsightly, overgrown grass parking lot. At that point, the city stepped in, purchased, and paved the lot. That paved lot remains today. I'm here with my brother and business partner, Stephen Hollenkamp, to introduce a proposal to rebuild the corner. It's called Fourth Corner. Fourth Corner is a proposal to build 2 3-story mixed-use buildings surrounded by open-air public spaces that seamlessly integrate and pull together the surrounding historic neighborhood. We're excited to tell you more about Fourth Corner. To do that, I'm going to hand things over to Stephen. Stephen Hollenkamp. Thank you, Jay. First, let's review this beautiful watercolor for a second. The vantage point is from the northwest corner, Collins and MLK. What you're looking at from left to right is on the far left, we have Whistle Stop Cafe, the existing building. Everything else is Fourth Corner. So those 2 white buildings, that's actually one big building. The beige building on the right, that's building number 2. And in between is a 1-story restaurant that's set back a little bit with outdoor seating. The ground floor of Fourth Corner would include 5 retail spaces, 1 restaurant, and 3 handicap accessible apartments. These 5 retail spaces would be smaller than what is common in downtown Point City. They would have lower rent, and they would appeal to a different type of business. Think bagel shops, microbreweries, clothing boutiques, and the like. The second and third stories of Fourth Corner would include 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments. In total, Fourth Corner would have 22 apartments. These 22 apartments would roughly double the number of people who live downtown. These residents would create that permanent customer base that is the foundation of a growing small business economy. Fourth Corner has been designed by infill development experts. One of the team members is Andy Talbot, a named premier member from the downtown consulting group that Main Street brought in last October. Andy helped write the downtown vision plan for the city. Fourth Corner will be built by local trades. Local engineering firms and local construction firms have reviewed our plans and are ready to get started. The estimated cost of Fourth Corner is $3.5 to $4.5 million. That can be funded 20% local investors and 80% by a local bank. Numerous local investors and local banks have reviewed our plans and reviewed our financials and have given us letters of interest to support financially Fourth Corner. Here's a list of 5 of those local banks that have given us letters of interest. Now for the city financial impact. Currently, this lot is owned by the CRA and thus earns $0 in property taxes every year. If Fourth Corner were constructed, the city would receive $71,000 in tax revenues annually. That's just the revenues that go to Plant City, not including what goes to the county. And because the infrastructure already exists, the city would not be burdened with any new additional infrastructure maintenance obligations. And because this is such a large investment on such a small lot, Fourth Corner would become the highest taxpayer per acre of any parcel in Plant City. In summary, Fourth Corner proposes to rebuild on the burned down lot. Fourth Corner proposes to add small commercial units and apartments in downtown that needs them. And Fourth Corner proposes adding significant revenues without adding much expenses. And with that, I will turn things back over to Jay.
Thank you, Stephen. Last Christmas, Stephen gave me a book about Plant City's history. It was written by Gil Gott, entitled Remembering Plant City, Tales from the Winter Strawberry Capital of the World. In the book, I found a description of the life of our downtown in its heyday. Plant City was the place to be on Saturday nights in those years. People would come to town from everywhere. If they drove, they would have to park far from the center of town and walk back into the downtown district. Others would walk into town from home, but they all went to town on Saturday nights. The sidewalks bulged with people, as did the restaurants, soda shops, and theaters. Retail establishments would stay open until 11 p.m. or midnight. People were still shopping, and frequently they were. What's striking about our old downtown are the similarities with the downtowns young people now prefer. To their credit, the city and this commission was working to bring back our downtown long before our young people told us downtowns were cool. And the fruits of that work are starting to show. Fourth Corner is the proposal to build upon that work, to provide our community an opportunity to take one more step toward building a sort of downtown that will cause our kids and our grandkids to choose to stay. We thank you for taking the time to consider Fourth Corner. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions?
Mic on? Okay. Gentlemen, good morning to you, and thanks for coming to City Hall to make a presentation. I thought you might get more detail about what you're proposing, so I was taken when you stopped so quickly. But the questions I had in mind already have been formed based on my reading of your proposals. First, I'd like to say that my view on the concept of development infill in our city as a whole, and especially in our midtown, downtown area, is something I support and have for as long as I've been an elected official, when it is deemed of value for doing so. And in this case, I do believe it is a redeemable attribute to the downtown in consideration of the fact that it does put a structure on a place where none exists any longer, and there's a parking lot in its place. But that raises part of my questions. And your, excuse me, in your proposal, you don't directly talk about the displacement of parking that's been provided by the city building a parking lot upon which you put your building. I'd like to understand better why you don't feel like there would be a net loss that would impact the downtown as a result of not providing parking for the residents in which you would intend to build housing for. And then the other questions I'd like to get a response from you on are having to do with two businesses that would be potentially negatively impacted by placing a building on it, because since the time that we put a parking lot there, we've effectively created a corridor of sorts for access to Crazy Cup in the backside after we allowed closing of the alley in order for them to be able to create outdoor dining. And then there's also a business, a viable business. It's a small retail outlet store that sells electric finishes. I think they're called AIM Electric. And they have a doorway entrance into probably a 500 square foot space where they display the materials. And by having a building place there, of course, they would be effectively covered from view, still available by your proposals for access, but that would certainly change the dynamics, I believe, for them as business people trying to sell a finished product. So those are the types of concerns I've got. I'd like to hear more from you about them. I'd like to hear also comments regarding those inquiries from commission.
So we're going to have public comment here in a few minutes. When we get finished asking questions here, we're going to have public comments, and then we're going to open up a discussion amongst all of us at that time.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, these are the questions I have for that.
Sounds great. Okay. Want to answer those questions?
Yeah, let's start with parking. As the downtown consultant said, if you don't have a parking problem, you have a downtown problem. This parking lot does have 24 spaces. Our intention is to preserve half. Of the remaining, parking in general in Plant City, in downtown Plant City, we have about 600 spaces. It's about the amount of parking you have at Walmart. Of those spaces, on average, less than 40% of them are occupied. We feel there's ample, sufficient capacity to absorb losing a few spaces. Also, we have ideas of a lot of things we can change for parking downtown, but we don't feel that they're necessary for this project to go forward. We could force 2-hour parking. That would help people that want to get into Norma's to get a Cuban sandwich and don't want to have to walk from McCall Park because there's no spots right in front. We're doing waiver signage. Better waiver signage helps people visiting Plant City know where to park. That's a big problem. The third problem is what a lot of cities will do is they'll set up residential parking zones where at night from 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. permitted parking will be allowed to residents for certain spots. These are solutions that certain cities take when trying to deal with parking. It's tough. It's a yin and yang. Do we want this as parking? Is it valuable as parking, or is it more valuable as businesses, as apartments? And getting that balance right is tough, but we think there's ample parking capacity in Plant City to absorb losing a few spaces.
Okay, I'll follow up and interject if I may, Stephen. This is not a land use question. This is more a business question, I think, that's relative. So I'll ask. It seems to me if I were buying a residence to live in or buying a rental residence to live in downtown, and I was told by the owners that we can't provide parking for you, that would be a value-oriented question I'd have to ask of whether what you're providing is worthy of me to walk with bags of groceries with kids or otherwise back to where I would be living. How do you address that question with a community that might be the buyer?
So that's a great question. There's a few things that I want you to keep in mind. One, our intention is to have a loading zone, 15-minute loading zone, so somebody with groceries could park and unload. But more important than that is that what we're proposing to do here is to offer a new option. We're not proposing to build 1,000 apartments. We're proposing to build 22 apartments. And we come into that with the understanding that for a significant portion of our population, it will not be suitable. They will not be interested. Some people want to park right by their front door for the convenience that you speak of. But we're only building 22 apartments. So we only need to fill 22 apartments. We don't need to find 1% of the population that is in apartments. We need to find a fraction of our population. We need to find people like us two. So I'm about to sell my car. I drive a scooter. What happens is, and this ties into the affordability question of housing. When you bundle housing and parking, your baseline affordability goes up. By decoupling, we give a few apartments, an option of a few apartments for those people who are in a unique situation. Maybe they work downtown, they live downtown, their mom lives a few blocks away that has a car they can borrow when they want. My wife's parents are moving to town, they're gonna live 2 blocks away. I very rarely use my car, therefore I can sell my car because I can go use theirs when I would like to. Those sorts of opportunities, I think, because this is only 22 apartments, we shouldn't look at this as, is this gonna appeal to 75% of our population? We're gonna provide apartments a unique opportunity to live a stone's throw from your favorite coffee shop, your favorite bagel shop, your favorite restaurant, everywhere you wanna go. And that is gonna be a unique opportunity in these apartments. And we believe very strongly that because we're only building 22, finding enough people to fill those apartments will not. You also asked a question about the retail spaces in the back. And it's a very good question. We went, when we first started looking at this project, we set up a meeting with every single business owner that neighbors this parking lot. We were with every single one of them. We met with Steve Weinberg, the owner of Ink Lighting. And what we discussed is, as it sits right now, those properties where, in particular, the property where Steve is, it's true, it's not fronted by a building, but it's fronted by 4 rows of cars and trees. If you walk by, it's not very easy to see where Steve is. We actually believe that what we're gonna build is gonna increase the appeal of those spots, because 1, that area in the back is going to be, we learned this from Mr. Kalbach, a roomer, which is a Dutch word for a flexible parking lot, meaning instead of having curbs everywhere, you have it so that it can work as a parking lot in the day, in the evening. If you want to turn it into an event space, concert venue, you can do all of those things. It's not solely limited to functioning as a parking lot. And also, we're going to add a space between the 2 buildings. So it'll be the open area where there'll be a walkway, outdoor seating for the restaurant. That's going to open up the sight line directly to Steve's front door. So while, yes, we are building buildings between Steve's front door and the street, I believe ultimately we're going to open up that view. And we're also going to attract the people to the property. So sitting out having a sandwich and say, oh, there's a lighting store, or whatever else might be in that area. And then finally, what I quickly mentioned is we intend to have public spaces that are integrated with the surrounding public spaces and pull everything together. This block actually has a T of back alleys that are there historically. And right now you have the Crazy Cup Alley, and you have the alley in between the Power Shop and Clayton Jenkins building. What we envision is by building on this parking lot, we're gonna recreate the historic T there. And those alleys then can connect to the Everest Alley. And in that way, somebody that goes to Roots to get a glass of wine and then wants to go to the restaurant to have dinner with their husband or wife can go through beautiful Everest Alley, cross over Collins, sit there, have a nice dinner, see Steve's lighting business. I believe in that way, it's going to kind of pull everything together as opposed to being a bit of a void in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I would ask a question. Good morning, and good morning to everyone. And it feels so good to be back here in this auditorium. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and I know we received it a while back, but to piggyback on what Commissioner Dotson said, since we received your packet, I could tell you, and even before the virus, on many days and many evenings, most of those spaces are filled. I even went by yesterday and they all were filled, but maybe 4. But not only Ames Lighting and Crazy Cup, but even across the street for some business, and you say maybe a 2-hour parking, but let me just give you a little tidbit, and I don't know if you thought about it. The location, what's important is location and timing. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if the location for what you want to do is really what we need right now in Plant City, and the timing. Because even across the street, I could tell you, there's a dance studio, there's a hair salon, and I'm telling you, as a lady, you said timing on parking, you'll need more than 2 hours in a hair salon. I can almost tell you, and nails and whatever. So to piggyback on what Commissioner Dotson said, my concern too is parking and the existing businesses. You have the Power Shop, and even though you have the other spaces, the close to 600, and thank you for the numbers, but it's the location where that one is. I know you have the ones on the back street across from the other businesses and the one down next to the train depot, but that particular parking lot seems to be the busiest as I ride during the day or at night when I got this proposal to see what the parking would be. So my concern is, and I think I counted 24, 25, you have 2 handicap, not only Ames Lighting and Crazy Cup and Wilson Stop, the other businesses right there in that area, how it would be impacted. I don't know if you thought about it or either talk to the other businesses. I don't know if they're here for the comments, but my concern too as well is the location and that parking lot, which has worked well for businesses there. And is this the right timing for that building, for your project? And then I want to ask you, from what you have with your aesthetics and in Plant City, my question was, I was looking at it and I had it in the car, I'll stop and then I'll look at the buildings around. Is that design complementary to what is already there? So that's my concern. Look, well, location, timing, the parking, not only businesses in the back, but the businesses on Collins Street in the front and the parking. Snell grows. People will park in that parking lot and walk across the street. So I know sometimes you have a project, but are we building this one project and then we're going to hurt the other businesses in the area? So that's my concern. I know you made your comments, but I want to make my comments about the concern, and I appreciate how you have dived into some of the solutions, but I would love to hear from the other businesses as well. But like I said, my concern is location and timing. That's just real important.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner. I would say actually it is the best location and the best timing. You don't have to take it from us. You can talk to the professionals that we paid to come visit and create our downtown vision plan. If you look at our proposal, this lot is specifically identified to be built upon. And why? Because we spoke to them a good deal. When you're building a vibrant community, integration, seamlessness is important. If you go to Disney World and you took all the parking on the outside and you put it on the inside and spread it out, it wouldn't be Disney World anymore. The downtown consultant said essentially when trying to build a vibrant, walkable downtown, people often confuse parking convenience with parking quantity. Okay, they said we have plenty of parking quantity. In fact, we argue we have more parking quantity-wise than we need right now. It's a constant balancing act. Every time you get better with the place people want to go, you need more parking. So you're going back and forth. Really what you have to look at is what's the bones that you're trying to build in your city. What the downtown consultant said is this spot this, what effectively is a donut in our downtown that was never supposed to be a parking lot. We had unfortunate circumstances, the buildings burned down, and at the time, rebuilding was not a viable thing. Well, it is now, and by building that spot, what you do is you fix your gap in the teeth. That's what they would say. You have a hole in your site. The pedestrians walk down the sidewalk, they want to see a solid wall of businesses. Right now, we have a gap in the teeth. You would fill that gap. But then we would still have on-street parking. We keep half the spots, and additionally, we open up some on-street parking on that south side. So we can add a few spots there. You also asked about timing. I don't know what would be a better time for a shot in the arm of $4 million when you are downtown. Given everything that we're facing right now, the momentum that downtown had 3 months ago, then you have a project like this that comes in and says, we are not backing down, we're investing in downtown, we believe in the downtown, and we're going to bring the people here and the businesses here that want to be downtown. So I think the timing is great too. You also asked about the neighboring business owners. We went and met with those. The majority of them, almost all of them, support this. They believe that when you add 40 residents living across the street from you, and when you add the restaurant and the bagel shop and the brewery, it's like a shopping mall. They all attract customers for each other. And so we did have the power shop, as I believe we disclosed in the proposal, is an opponent of this. But the rest are in support. Clayton Jenkins supports. John Haney, who owns the AIM lighting unit, he supports it. Ed Berner on the corner, we talked to Ed, he's now looking to rebuild the second floor and add some condos there, some apartments there. And part of that is this discussion. We're going to build a transformative few buildings in the heart of our downtown, and it's going to have a synergistic effect. We believe every single corner is going to benefit, including the nearby business owners. That does mean there are some drawbacks. There are some convenience drawbacks, but parking a half block away, we believe is well worth the myriad benefits that you're going to get from a $4,000 infusion of a beautiful $4 million infusion of capital and needed apartments and needed small business units. All of those things are a good thing. And then lastly, you had a question about, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Location, finding, darkening businesses,
Aesthetics.
yes, the aesthetics of the building.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
I really wanted to address that. Before this proposal, when we're preparing to figure out what is the vision for this, you're in a bit of a tough spot as a developer because you're spending money hiring professionals to figure out floor plans, to figure out the aesthetics. And you don't want to spend too much money because all might be for nothing, right? What was represented in our proposal was not at all what we intended the aesthetics to be. This watercolor that we showed today is more in line with what we're looking to build. However, in the proposal we mentioned, the skins of the building is yet to be determined. We're going to work with the Historic Resources Board. We're going to work with more specialists who specialize in infill development in historic neighborhoods to figure out how to get the cornice right, how to get the awnings, all of those things. So you're right to point out that what was in the proposal does not fit, but we also don't think it fits, and that's not our intention. Our intention is if we can get past this step, we'll be in the position to hire the professionals that will then determine what is the most appropriate skin for those buildings.
Is there any more questions? Okay, go ahead.
I would like to comment about it on Torn Air. I understand the whole project and I don't have any questions of it, but I would like to comment among ourselves and once we close out their comment.
So if I may, Your Honor, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Certainly appreciate your commitment to Plant City and had an opportunity to get to know both of you over these past several years and involvement in Main Street and, certainly passion for our downtown and really appreciate that. You put in your documents some information about your development experience, but could you just tell us today, give us some background on what other developments you've done in the past?
So up front, we should talk about not just us, it's our team. What, as we've learned, a developer does, who does it the right way, is recognize their strengths and recognize their weaknesses. And where there are weaknesses, bolster that by bringing people onto the team that have those things that you lack. Experience is a very fair point. We're young developers and we don't have a great deal of experience. But what we've done is we've brought in veteran developers that have not just developed generally, but have developed these types of projects, which are very unique. Infill development in the heart of the downtown, because usually a $3 to $4 million project, while it's a great deal of money to us and to most people here, for a developer, it's not big. They're looking for $100 million. So what we are looking to do is come in and fill a hole of need in our downtown, and then find those experienced people that will work with us. In terms of our experience, though, in particular, primarily what we've done so far is we purchased what is now the Roots building, and it is a 700 square foot wine bar, and then in the back it's a 800 square foot apartment. We purchased it as a 1,500 square foot consignment shop. We fully gutted that building and we took it back to the studs and started from scratch. Both of those units are now rented long term, and so far, within some COVID complications, I believe are pretty successful. And we are in the midst of some other projects. Steven's working on a fourplex 3 blocks from here that him and Arlie purchased 2 weeks ago. My wife and I purchased a duplex that we're fully renovating about 4 blocks from here. But the sort of experience that's going to apply to this project are an experience that we're going to largely source from the other members on our team.
Thank you.
Any questions? Is there a time rush on this right now? Or do you have a certain timeline you're trying to hit?
I don't know timeline in terms of month to month, but I can tell you this is a project that started over 2 years ago.
Okay, but right now,
And
do you have a certain time date you're trying to?
That are ready to fund the money. That's not money that sits there. So the sooner we can get going, the better, because the money has been very patient so far.
Mm-hmm.
If it's extended much further, we might be in a position where we're going to have to go out and raise some capital from some different sources.
Okay. So we're going to have a public comment unless there's other questions, and then we'll have discussions amongst ourselves. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay. At this time, we're open for public comment. Would anyone like to address the CRA at this time? Open for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Okay, so Mr. Sparkman, let's start with you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I looked at those pictures, I recall, am I on? Yeah, there I am. Okay. As I looked at those pictures, I was reminded about the night of the tragic fire. In 2005, I was mayor and I was on scene down to support our fire services. It was a tragic and it was a horrible fire. We had every piece of firefighting equipment we had in the city committed. We had 2 or 3 county units committed. We had a unit come from Lakeland and we still could not get it under control. We finally got a huge ladder truck from the city of Tampa, came from Tampa International Airport. And once we got that bigger unit to assist the rest of the units there, we were able to, the fire department was able to get it under control. So once it cleared and the next day and we started cleaning up the mess, yes, I can tell you it was a hole. It looked like some of the buildings in Germany during World War II. It had just taken it all out. I worked long and hard to try to get something done about that. Mr. Curtis Devane, which is the owner of Snell Groves at that time, he purchased the property. It was owned by two different people. Mr. David Hawthorne owned part, and then the Busby office was owned by another party. After Mr. Devane bought it, he started parking just strictly his customers, period. There was just grass. It was awful. It was eyesore. When I brought people to town, I'd kind of go around that block. I wouldn't go to it. I wouldn't pass by it because it was a disaster. And we've had disasters like that on Palmer Street, where the depot is now, and or the platform. We had buildings there that succumbed to fires, and so. But I concur with Commissioner Mathis. I will not support this because I don't think the timing is right. We went through and finally bought the property from Mr. Devane. And we took, and first staff wanted to do grind asphalt and rock and cement in there. But we kept persisting to get it done right. Benny Labano actually designed it for us, and we put it in and paved it and have it look like it is today. So to me, it's not an eyesore. To me, it's a beautifully well maintained, well landscaped, and well utilized property. And to hurt these businesses and all this is the wrong timing. We've had city leaders for years and years wanting us to build a parking garage downtown. Some of the downtown Lexington Club and everything, every time we'd go to that meeting, they would say, we need a parking garage. Plant City downtown may get to the point where there's not that much vehicular. Once we get Midtown and some of the other projects that's going on done, that people will maybe more foot traffic. As it is now, we don't have that much foot traffic per se. And I cannot support this. I think the timing is wrong, just like Commissioner Mathis said. There may come a day that it would be. We have other properties in the area that could be developed, and this one is not appropriate at this time. So I will not support it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Vice Mayor?
Yeah. So I'm a little conflicted about the property site for some of the reasons that we've talked about, but I've always been a proponent of infill development, and especially one of this nature, I think would be a great amenity for Plant City. I think it was well thought out by you all. But I think so I'm conflicted about it. I'm kind of, I can kind of 50-50 on the location and building there. I don't know that it's a bad idea, but my biggest concern, gentlemen, you're both very intelligent, accomplished, but there's really no development experience before this. And I just would have a problem, turning over that site to somebody that really hasn't done a project of this nature before.
Fair enough. Jay or Steve, can you come back to the podium, please? I know you put a lot of time and effort in this, okay? And we respect that. We love that the passion you're putting into downtown, okay? And I think everyone, appreciates you very much and respects you very much. The location, okay? Would this project work on another piece of property we own in downtown? Or does it have to be at that particular location? Or have you thought about that?
That's a discussion that we had with the city manager at the very beginning. You mentioned the lot that the city purchased just off of Wheeler. Mm-hmm. Our position is that as developers, we're interested in bringing back the bones that exist here in Plant City. We're interested in buying the existing structures, the work with business owners and the building owners to bring them to their best and highest use. We targeted this property for new construction. It's not what we normally do. It's not what we're normally interested in, because we believe very strongly that it's a trust that this is parking. And if you talk to every single professional, I would encourage you to do so. Downtown development commonly is looked at as an instinctual thing, where people just have in their gut what's right or wrong. It's like steel. It's clearly wrong or it's clearly right. It's not that. Downtown development is very scientific and oftentimes counterintuitive. I feel like we brought professionals here to give us that sort of guidance, and they did. And they specifically said this property should not be a parking lot and it should be built. That bolstered what we already felt, which was you don't put a parking lot in the center of your town, you put it on the outskirts of town. So that's why for this instance, we decided to propose new construction, which is outside of our scope. An alternative, I don't know, there are a lot of opportunities in Plant City. There are a lot of people that you're going to talk to the rest of the day that have a lot of experience that can come in here and with a lot of money, those grand things, we spend $100 million, you probably do things far, far and away than we could propose. This is a unique site, a unique property. And for that reason, we went outside what we would normally do. Thinking from that into something else was very difficult for me to do, because we have other projects we're doing. There's limited bandwidth for 2 people. I'll be heartbroken if this remains a parking lot. I certainly respect your votes and your rationale. I personally feel like the professionals told us what to do, and they're in support of this project. So to overcome that, you would need to have very, very strong reasoning. I understand what you're saying about experience. We certainly have never built anything like this, but if you expect to have somebody come in here with the sort of experience that the Midtown people do to propose to build on that site, it's never going to be built, because $4 million is too small a project. And lastly, ultimately what we're talking about here is about 10 parking spaces. 10. There's 22 there right now. We're proposing to keep half, and we're going to add spaces on the street that currently can't be spaces because they're driveways. So ultimately, you're down to about 10 parking spaces. So what you're deciding to do, it appears, is to turn down a $4 million investment by people that are in your community. We're not from Tennessee. We're not from Miami. No disrespect. We're in this community, and we're living on these blocks. And we feel strongly, as to the people who came and gave us consultation, that this should be built. I suspect that if this doesn't get built now, by the rationale that we're proceeding on, it's never going to get built, because you're never going to have somebody come in that has more experience than we do. Say we have a lot. We have a team that does, but we don't. You're never going to find somebody that has more for a project of this size. So we're certainly open to consider.
Well, the point I have here is that I think the aesthetics of the project looks good. I think the conceptual, what you're looking at, looks good. It's predominantly residential, and as we know, to build downtowns, you have residential, but some kind of component of, retail. But that's a small component, I think if I listen to my fellow commissioners, just like you have, I think that our city's kind of gotten a little comfortable with that parking lot in the middle of our city, whether it's the right usage of it or not. As I've listened to people come up to me and to discuss it, there's only been, a handful that wanted to see something built there. They all love their parking lot. And of course, as we know, people are resistant to change. Okay. But I just wanted to ask the question, is that, did you consider this other property over here, or were you already pretty well locked on the piece of property that you have? It sounds like you're locked on the piece of property you have there.
With our abilities, this project is perfect. Going somewhere else would be, generally speaking, with what the city has, a much bigger lot and a much bigger project. And at that point, I think it would be outside of our wherewithal.
Okay.
In terms of the community sentiment, I suspect it's a little bit misleading. We haven't gone out and tried to build a coalition of people that support this project. I'm confident we could have very easily. But what did happen is there was somebody on the other side, and I believe we included it in the proposal. He posted a few paragraphs that said, sign up if you don't want developers to come in and take our park.
I haven't even seen that, so.
It's on the proposal, it's one of the attachments.
Okay.
And a bunch of people signed. And I'm confident that if we sat down and talked to those people and we showed them what we're actually trying to do, those people that said, oh, well, I don't want to lose my parking.
Right.
When they recognize that parking is a trade-off, parking isn't free. Parking is not free. Even if you don't pay for it, your city's paying for it. It is not free. There's a trade-off. And what we're proposing now, that people miss, is that trade-off. Ultimately, do you want to park half a block closer, or do you want to have 50 people living in the heart of your downtown that's helping all those small businesses? Do you want a new restaurant with outdoor seating? Do you want a Lunar so you can have concerts and venues? Do you want that, or do you want to park a half block closer? And I think the people who might be against it, and so far I've talked to two. It's the Power Shop owner and it's Castle West. Those are the two people. They live right next to the property. They are right next to the property. And I think for that reason, if we're going to put a lot of credibility into that opinion, you should then also go talk to business owners that are next door that support it. Talk to Anna, Silver Dollar. She thinks it's a great project. Talk to Clayton, talk to John, talk to Ed, talk to any, there are more people than just those two. And we didn't take the time to load this place with people that support this project, because to be quite honest, it was a miscalculation on our part, because we thought this is step one. This is step one. You're not committing to anything. All you're doing is exploring the opportunity further. You're giving us the ability to talk to the city manager and maybe come up with the solutions to the things that are maybe hanging right currently. Because we thought this was just the first step, and because the proposal, if you're 50-50, why not err on the side of giving it some more time to think about it? We looked at it as that means, so didn't anticipate that we needed to get the chamber, get Main Street, these are all people that know about this project, and that, you know, they don't have a board, they haven't put it up for a vote, but we've not kept this secret. People know about this, and I've not met anybody that does not think this is a boom for our downtown, other than the two people that are. So,
Thank you very much.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Please.
You know, this property does have a history, as we all are aware. And it was first proposed for a reuse, just as the Hollenkamps are proposing today by Mr. David Hawthorne, as you recall. And it was a significant proposal at the time. This dates back more than a decade. But the difference in the proposal that was provided at the time, which looked very likely, included a component for providing parking within the space. I think it was on the top floor. And I would think that, I know that that represents a budgetary consideration, but I think that needs to be a factor in considering. But I'd like to finish by saying that for me, I don't want to vote against this. I don't want to have a vote today that would realize defeat for these gentlemen and set us back as a result of it. I see great promise with the opportunity that this project provides, and I want to see all of the positives that might come from it, as opposed to the few potential negatives until they're further discussed, until they're further studied. So rather than having a vote today, I would suggest that we take a step back, allow more discussion to occur when we're not pressured by the time commitments that we have today with 4 other major developers, and we're already behind schedule on that. So I cannot vote against it because of those reasons. I'd like to see it stay alive until further opportunity for further discussion is created.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay. Well, at this time, we need to, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Do we need a motion to approve or a motion to reject?
A motion would be appropriate.
Okay, either for approval or for rejection, right?
Right.
Okay,
Your Honor, I make a motion to reject this situation now. Commissioner Sparrow.
thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. Please place your vote. Is it up? Are you going to do a roll call vote or are you doing it electronically?
Just up now.
I'm still not up. It's amazing. You don't want my vote today, do you? No.
I vote yes for the motion.
I mean, I'm sorry. Yes for the motion. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes for the motion. I wonder why I'm not coming up on this.
To make sure we're good. Okay,
You voted for the motion.
Mayor Lott, you're both saying yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Dodson,
No.
Commissioner Sparkman,
Yes for the motion. Madam
Okay.
City Clerk.
Commissioner Mathis,
Yes, for the motion.
okay. And Vice Mayor Kilton,
Yes.
okay. So, all right, record. And this is to reject.
Okay. Obviously, the RFP was rejected. I would like to say this. I like the project. Okay. I like the intent of the project. I would like to see you take that project and work with our city manager on trying to make that project work on other locations that we have. And if we need to get more creative, if there's some other opportunity, okay. But the piece of property we talked to down the street, when we created the CRA, our goal is to take certain areas, okay, and work within those areas to for redevelopment, okay, and there might be some more creativity to be able to help you manage and develop that project, okay. So if this project or a similar project works, I think we want to work with you. We'd love to work with you on that particular project, okay, or on a similar project, okay. But from what I'm hearing today, it's just not that particular location, okay. And I hear what you're saying. I understand it, and I agree with what you're saying. But I would like to see you, to continue that particular project or something similar to it, and see if would it work on like that Wheeler Street location, and we might be able to be a lot more creative in helping that project work with you. Okay, so I encourage you to sit down with the city manager on that, and then if something comes up, I would love for us to build maybe next time to have maybe more of a one-on-one gathering with our staff and yourself, and then have our CR meeting as a qualified group as well. Is that fair enough? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay, consider proposals on development of Midtown to select firm for further negotiations. We have Green Mills Group.
Okay. We're going to skip our break here. Okay, so if any of us needs to take a break, I'd say take that break independently. But the next presentation is for the first of four regarding the RFP 20-044, the development of the Midtown property. At the conclusion of each presentation, we'll take well, we're not going to take a 5-minute break. We just gave up 20 minutes of breaks. So we're just going to power through. Board members may take this time to make notes on their score sheets, should they choose to do so. At this time, we'd like to welcome Green Mills Group to the podium for the presentation. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you?
And I'm going to bring this up on my screen as well. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Joe Diaz with Green Mills Group, and I'll also be presenting with Mr. Gene Strickland. Gives me a lot of pleasure to stand here in front of all of you. Thank you for your time and attention on this. One, as a resident, longtime resident of Plant City and co-business owner of Plant City, it's given us, we've had a lot of anticipation on this Midtown project. And it's also, makes me a little proud to be part of a group that is willing to help revitalize this Midtown area with some of the parcels that are there. I'm just gonna, is this the controller? I apologize for that. Green Mills has been focused on developing new and affordable workforce housing communities for quite some time. Their principals has just as much, if not more experience in this particular area of affordable housing and development. Green Mills, we're very familiar with Central Florida and Hillsborough County. We have the capacity to dedicate a lot of time and attention to this particular project. Oscar and Mitch, who founded Green Mills back in 2011, decided to keep their business small, agile, so that we could be hands-on, and this has proven to work. We've got probably one of the best competitive batting averages in the competitive tax credit area. We're careful about the projects that we decide to submit for, and that's by design. A third of our communities are reserved for seniors, and about a third of our developments are for public and private partnerships. As you can see in these charts, I'm not sure if you read through them, but Mitch and Oscar have financed and built quite a few over the years in their careers, affordable housing. Excuse me. I'm not sure why this isn't.
I was trying to add up the total of those projects.
I
wish there was a summary on this.
It's in the thousands of units throughout Florida, specifically with once we've gone off on our own 2011. We've built around a little over 500 units in the Central Florida area, and we have about 300 in works at this point in various stages of whether or not coming out of the ground and pre-development. As you can see, we are a small developer, and again, we do like to be that way specifically so that we can be hands-on and focus a lot of attention on the developments that we move forward with. Here's a map of all of our developments in the Florida area. We do have a large focus in the southeastern part of Florida, and we're actually moving and have been successful in the Central Florida area, which we, again, really like to stay. As some of our communities, as you can see, this is an affordable housing, and I know that has a little bit of concern and some connotations in the past, but I like to think of it more of luxury housing that is affordable. And I think that's one of the key components in a revitalization project, especially when you're looking at the amount of potential rents that are going to be needed in that particular area. And as I work through some of our past projects here and get towards the end of this slideshow, I'd like to really start to introduce Mr. Gene Strickland, that can kind of force our nuts and bolts on how this development could potentially work. Gene? Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, we're gonna help catch up on the schedule. About 10 minutes and we're out of here.
We're good.
Okay, and I'm actually gonna ask not to have a vote today. Back in 2016, Oscar Solo, who had a pre-scheduled vacation in the mountains with his family, apologizes, cannot be here, asked me to come to Plain City and take a look, see if we could find a site. Since we have developments in St. Pete, and we have developments in Lakeland and Winter Haven, and it's right along the corridor that, and he's very familiar with this town. His cousin has a business in downtown Plain City. I came over, looked at some sites, eventually met Mike Kerr. He's very, very kind, set me up with the planning people and your consultants on, can we build a 5-story, would it fit in the building code and things of that sort. And then he did mention that you were going to have an RFP for downtown development on properties you have purchased. And so we actually presented that time, that was in like 2017. And there were like 3 companies came. You chose another company. We understood clearly why you chose the other company. You wanted one company to do all 4 parcels at one time. It's a lot cleaner, it's neater, accountability. We accepted that. So we did have a concern that much land, that many parcels, it'd be tough for one company to by itself develop in a timely manner. So we waited for a year and a half, or a year and a couple of months, and didn't hear much. And I thought to myself, you know, these pretty pictures aren't going to do it until you actually see our product. Walk into the building, look at the quality of the work, the amenities, talk to the residents, talk to the managers, even to some of the city officials that our places are located in. That's going to really matter. So I called the new city manager, Bill Daniel, and said, would you take a trip to St. Pete and take a look? And he said, yes. Well, 2 days later, he came out with a second RFP, and all of a sudden that created a conflict of interest, ex parte communications, and we had to cancel that trip. So then we came out on the second presentation, and there were 2 people, I think, made the presentations, and we came in second. That sounds like that's better than coming in last. We came in second. And we understood the same reasons were there. So I became concerned that maybe this is not something you really want in your downtown. I thought about maybe there's 3 things, one of which could be a roadblock, or maybe all 3 are a roadblock. Number 1, be pretty obvious and very clear about you want one developer or one company to do all 4. And I understand that. Lakeland wanted that also. They bought about 7 or 8 acres on the fringe of downtown, spent a lot of money in 2005, 2006, and 14 years later, they have started construction on that project on the fringe of Lakeland. So patience pays off, and I respect it. The second thing that I thought may be a problem for you all with us is that we are selling affordable low-income housing for people of low income. It's for seniors. I will say to you that you've seen the presentation, that in this particular instance, people that make 70% of the average median income in Hillsborough County can rent an apartment in our development. That means a senior couple, 2 people, can have an income of $39,400 a year, and they would pay a rent of $924 a month for an apartment in our facilities. And many of these people, I need to make this very clear, this is an income restricted development. These folks, many of which have had a home, it's paid for, they're tired of fooling with it, the cost. Some of them have, unfortunately, have a deceased member, there's one spouse left, and they need something, they want to rent something that's convenient. And that is something that I think is worthwhile. And at that price of $39,000, you may well have people working full-time in your town and incoming jobs that aren't making any more than that. So these seniors would have expendable income in your downtown. Lastly, Florida Housing, we have to submit our application for Florida Housing to get some tax credit subsidies Florida housing requires for large counties that cities and counties would have to contribute towards their, towards the development to show their interest in affordable housing. And that's $650,000 that would have to be loaned to the developer in this particular instance. We are only wanting to develop one parcel. I would recommend this smallest parcel. It's a 1.27 acres. It's parcel number 1 in the brochure. We will put up 75 apartments, 4 seniors. The ground level would be amenities, clubhouse, and things of that sort, plus commercial and retail. And then there would be 4 stories of apartments above that. You've got a sketch, and we've given you more paperwork than the law allows. You've got a sketch in there that shows to you. So those things could be a concern of yours. I guess what I would say today is, please don't make a decision on our request today. I would love, and I would really ask for you to take a trip. And as your city manager was willing to do until we got caught in this conflict problem, take a trip, look at our product. If I was in your seat today, no way would I vote to loan an out-of-town developer $650,000 and you buy a product you haven't even seen. That makes no sense. So I would like to ask that first, and I think we're beyond the ex parte communication since we've now made our presentation. You can go look at anything you want to, and we're glad to set up a trip. We've got one in Lakeland completed, one under construction, and this one is going to start next year as well as in Winter Haven. The most ideal ones are in St. Pete. They're on one of them is on 1.5 acres, and the other was on 2 acres. Almost identical to what could be put on your one site. That's parcel number 1. So we're back again. I've got a little bit of history in here. I'm back in the days with Nettie Bond and Paul and all the good folks and Sadie Martin those. I wouldn't be standing in front of you if I really didn't believe that this could be a real initiative to start things going. Somebody told me that George Jenkins had on his desk a statement that said that getting started is the hard part. Everything after that's easy. I'd like to help you folks get started, and we're here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
The answer.
Thank you very much.
I did, excuse me, I just
Oh,
took
go ahead.
my microphone. Mr. Strickland, Mr. Diaz, again, thank you very much for coming back. It's good to see you both again. And I too have a history with Nettie Madron. I was her assistant manager while you were city manager in Lakeland during that
20
era.
years ago.
It's a time. And time does fly, but seems like yesterday. Wonderful lady and a real credit to this community. And that's why this building was named on her in her behalf, in her honor. Unfortunately, here's things that I'm hearing that I heard first time around. It still bothers me now as much as it did then. We're recognizing that what product you're offering that we wish to place in the CRA zone is a product that we identified as not being one that we wanted for that area. It's not to say that we don't want income restricted housing, and we made that point clear the first time that we've recognized, and it is a priority among this commission, as well stated in our policies, to work harder in providing and doing all we can to provide that type of product. I know our community is interested in it, but again, this question comes back to where the question was that most of my colleagues identified in the earlier project about location. I believe that there's lots of locations that would be sufficient to provide a product like you're suggesting, especially with the restrictions that you place upon us for financing it to satisfy the state in order to get a loan to build on it. $650,000 loan by the city is a commitment I don't know for my purposes in this project for the CRA that I could support. That's the comments I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any
Well,
questions?
actually, maybe I didn't make it clear. we would offer to purchase the property from you for a figure between $750 and $1 million. We would purchase that property from you so that then you can use those funds to loan back to the development. I think it's 650. I'm not sure. It could be less, but that's a number that I've heard. It changes every year. And then there'd be a 15-year period or some negotiation period that we would pay that loan back. So you would be using, so to speak, our money to loan back to us. And that's the way the financing would work.
Follow up. And, yes, I was aware of that. I did read.
Okay,
your
I'm
proposal
sorry.
in
I
detail.
didn't mention it. I figured you were.
Yeah, I was aware of it. I knew there was a loan that was to be paid back, but the point that you made about the timing for the payback is another issue for me as a representative of the Treasury for the city that causes me pause. A 15-year delay in getting back the investment.
Yeah.
It's not something.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honor. Mr. Strickland, great to see you again.
Sorry, nice to see you too.
Yeah. We go way back, and we enjoyed our relationship with you as city manager.
Green Lake, Plant City.
And we always kind of wanted to be annexed by Lakeland or Polk County to get in that atmosphere over there versus the western part of our county.
Yeah.
So
I know that.
feel much better. You alluded to adult housing. Is it limited to adult housing?
Yes, sir.
And it has to be what age?
We have to make a choice when we submit an application as to whether it would be a restricted age or it would be a family, non-restricted. In this case, we felt like the demand here for seniors that have homes that want to get out of that responsibility, maybe living with their children, whatever. We thought the seniors would bring more expendable income downtown too. It'll surprise you that these folks do have money. It's not just their income level. So in this case, we're recommending senior, which would be 55 and above. Yes, sir.
Okay, no further comment, Your Honor.
Thank you. I would like to say, I have seen your product. Okay. In between proposals, I've seen your product in St. Petersburg, and it's a first class product. By the way, it looks very good, and I know it's.
You got some money?
I've seen your development in St.
Oh,
Petersburg.
have you? Okay.
Yeah. Not since this bid came out, but in between, I think 2017 and this bid, I have, I took notice last time when you mentioned the project, and so I was in the area, so I went by and looked at it. It's a great looking project, and I know you're very proud of it. So, and you're talking about something similar to that in here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and we appreciate it. And I guess as you know what's going to happen, we have 3 more presentations, and then we're going to have some discussion to decide how we carry forward then. Okay.
I told you to save you a little time, catch you up.
You did.
Yes, thank you all very much.
If you don't mind, he did give us our 5 minutes back. So I know I need to take a quick little break. So I tell you what, it is 9:18. We'll get started back here at, in the next 5 minutes. Okay. 9:16. Yeah, we'll get it started at 9:16. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, snacks.
Okay. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And at this time, we are going to start with the Housing Trust Group. The Housing Trust Group, please come to the podium. We're ready for your presentation. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good to see you, and thanks for your patience today.
I hope I can go through this. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Finney. I'm the Vice President of Development of the Housing Trust Group. I'm here representing our organization as we seek to work with the city for the redevelopment of Midtown. With me, I have Steve Boynton, Lunch Group, our architect, and Stephen Boggs, our engineer on the project. I would just like to apologize that I'm the fallback. The person who was supposed to make this presentation, she was jogging at night and kind of ran off the road a little bit, and she ended up having surgery on her ankle. So you're stuck with me. So I do apologize. But nevertheless, we did work on this proposal. We are very excited about this proposal, and we're excited about this beautiful city. So just a little background. HED was formed in 1997. Right now, just real quick going through some slides. We are active in 47 projects throughout the state of Florida. We have a staff of 120 people stationed throughout the state of Florida. Our breakdown, our staff consists of senior lenders, former bankers. We have a city manager on staff. We have people who want federal empowerment zones. And of course, we have your standard developers. We do strategic projects. Well, what does that mean? We just don't look to do one-off transactions. We have the ability to do affordable housing. We have the ability to do market rate housing. We have the ability to do workforce housing. In this instance, in this assignment, we are focused on housing for working people, some commercial development, some market rate development, and we will look as well at a senior project because we believe holistically, to attack this assignment, you have to generate a variety of products that will be reflective of your downtown. Now, we're all the same. You're going to talk about all these developers. We've all done projects. I mean, our portfolio right now, I stopped counting, but over the last 6 to 7 years, we probably had $800 million projects moving forward. Right now, I have 2 projects in construction. We have about 70 projects in construction throughout the state of Florida. So, but here's my point. You have done a fantastic job in your industrial development sector in bringing businesses to the community. That generated tax revenues. What we like to do is support that by talking about workers' housing. But we want to take a step back. Everybody talked about development momentum. Well, let's talk about that. Developers do not create momentum. Developers jump on your back because the things you do create momentum. But what developers can do is work with you to get institutions interested in your community. Financial institutions who are interested in your community. Now, we have this thing called the Community Reinvestment Act. Most people think it's a social program. It's not a social program. Banks have to make investments in areas where they derive deposits. Now think about it. Lending institutions must reinvest into the communities where they derive deposits. You have an industrial base, and most of your companies have banking relationships. But the banks have not embraced, as of yet collectively, based on my limited knowledge, Plant City. The Midtown project is an ideal project initiative. We can get institutions to come together to say, let's create momentum. Let's work with the city, let's work with the development community, let's work with the community to create investments, to take the city where they want them. And you have a beautiful city, and you got all the infrastructure in place. Now, since I can freelance, can I go back? And I'm not getting there. Okay. We went to that. We developed 700 units, 7,000 units in the state of Florida. We got 47 projects moving forward at this point in time. That's all. On this slide, it shows our staff, the president and Matthew Rieger, and this young lady, Delia, who will be your project manager, who was just so in love with this project. She could make it today, but on a normal circumstance, she'd be here. Again, my name is Brian Tenney, I'm Vice President of Development. I introduce you Steve Boynton, Lunch Group, and I introduce you Mr. Boggs. Let me go back. As part of your application, you asked us to talk about our ownership structure. We don't spend a lot talking about this, but if you look at this particular ownership structure, this is how we form our capital. We have this family-owned business that have the wherewithal and resources that I don't have to go to an institution to get my redevelopment funds. If I'm going to make a $1.2 to $3 million investment, I go to this structure to get my capital investment. So we do have the resources and the ability to execute. Now, I will pass the baton to Steve Boynton to talk more about the master plan development.
First, I'm going to talk a little bit about the team. We didn't just show up with this. Now, I've been coming like Mr. Strickland, who I know when I was a young pup in architecture working on City Hall and under Mr. Strickland and my boss's guidance. Like I said, I know these developers. I know DevMar, I know Green Mills, and I know us, and of course, your other developer, Mosaic. And I have showed up as part of these teams. In fact, back when Mr. Hurd was city manager, we helped develop some, just what I call appetizer visuals to show the potential of this. And this team right now is working in Lakeland on the second and third grades of a project they've been working on for 5 years. Mr. Fox is our engineer, Brian's our manager. We're the architecture firm. So we didn't just show up with this. And so I said, here comes the Plant City Yard, putting this great thing on the grid, and you've had some false starts. Okay, so it's the economy. Some of it didn't quite work out as planned. And I said, if we're going to do this again, we need to bring a team that knows how to do this and is in for the long run. Now, this is, he talked about momentum. You know, there's an old saying, most overnight successes take about 10 years. We've been working on a project for 10 years. Okay, so, and its first part's constructed, the second part's under construction, third part is in our eye right now. So I'm going to talk to you about phases and how we create a diverse, authentic neighborhood for Plant City. So I'm going to go to the master plan. The first phase, we're going to start around the park with Mr. Boggs helped decide. Okay, and we're going to start with housing for workers. I note the incomes, 29,000 to 60,000. We're starting with a product that we're building now in Lakeland. By the way, the product we're building now in Lakeland has no subsidy, but we're proposing to use a very simple product. It's a complete market rate project, conventional financing. But we know how to work this project. We know how to build it well, build it a class project, and build it economically. And we're going to start with apartments to get people in place to start building a neighborhood. And that will be the blocks immediately to the east of the park and across Commons. And by the way, they self-park. You can't really afford parking garages in this market. That adds $20,000 a unit. Okay, and we have the space, and we've done the calculations, and we provide adequate parking for these projects within their own blocks. Then we're going to work around the park the north and south end. You'll see on the left of your slide, you see the park on the left of the slide, to the right. The left will be a mixed-use product. We're proposing a 3-story residential over 1-story commercial for a total 4-story building, kind of a real visual anchor building. To the south of the park, not only the park, we're proposing like an active park with a playground for kids, outdoor cafes. Remember, outdoor cafes, actually, that's so we've got a cafe now, it's fun, we can have in a place where families can have activity, sit there, eat sandwich, kids can play on the playground, and there's shops on that block served in the interior. And that's really completely a commercial block. And the commercial is scaled to businesses in Plant City. You won't see a pottery barn here, okay? All right, so, you know, these are sustainable spaces that can be rented by Plant City businesses. Brian's going to talk too about how he's going to share in the revenue on that. Okay, next. Next. It's not me. That was not me. Yes. Go back one. Here. Yes. Okay. So, and then we go to commercial. Next, we will go to the larger blocks to the south. We're thinking that's where we will use multifamily. We might use some senior in that area. Or we might use a 221D4 product. We're doing a 221D4 right now in Lake-Town. Not with these guys, but another. We're doing like 5, 6, 7 projects with these guys, okay? But there's different funding. It's kind of like using, you're probably familiar with this, it's like using an FHA loan. It's not income tested, but you have to jump through certain hoops to make sure the project is going to succeed. And I want to say again, all these projects are Central Florida projects. It's really nice to talk about Littleton in St. Petersburg and Winter Park. They pay the same construction costs as we do, but they get $1 more square foot in rent. Okay, that makes all the difference in the wording. And so you have to scale your project to the economy and to create an authentic new Plant City neighborhood. The final phase of this will include some more apartments and townhouses, which we believe is an opportunity to actually do ownership units. So we're building in ownership units in here. Here's some examples of the buildings. These are buildings that were either under construction or designed or have been constructed, almost all of these examples. Here's just a visual of creating a place, making a place here, an identifiable new neighborhood that's an extension of your downtown that potentially has over 1,500 people living here. And self-parks. There's this active park with playgrounds, cafes, an active edge to your beautiful centerpiece of that park that's been waiting for this activity for quite some time now. The trees are very mature, and I've forgotten how much. Look, there's one. All the trees have gotten big. This is Ever Street, which would be a good walking street to your downtown. Here's once again an overall aerial view. And I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Finney.
Thanks, Steve. We're looking at this initiative, this assignment from a long-term perspective. Phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. We want to hit the ground running in 2020 by submitting applications probably for the workforce housing and perhaps senior affordable housing. And then we want to look at phase 2, commencing in 2022. Of course, phase 3 and phase 4. We are prepared to make a long-term commitment to this city. I want to just jump back and see a little bit. Our commitment with Lakeland has been 3 years. It's been a lot than 3 years, not 10 years.
Well, we'll start at that.
Okay, so
Conceptual plans. So like you, 10 years ago.
HCG has been involved in Lakeland for 3 years. And in that time, we've got 2 projects funded and we're working on a 3rd. But the most important piece from my perspective is that I've spent a lot of time in Lakeland. And if
if we are fortunate to get involved in this activity, HTG will have a presence in your community. We hire locally, but at the same time, our project managers, our developers are here, and I definitely will be on a regular basis.
I want to clarify, like I said, 10 years was like false starts by Young. And then HTG came in and said, we'll do this, we'll stick with the phases. And they had done it in 30 years now.
On a hypothetical, now we picked out one financial structure to give you a sense of how we pursue transactions. So let's say hypothetically that the application is due to Florida Housing for a senior project. What you have before you is a structure of a senior project. So it's a $20 million deal. It could be a senior project. It could be workforce housing, worker housing. If you look at the structure of the transaction, you've got some bonds, you've got 9% tax equity, you got pre-development. But the most important part in that third line is pre-development. We come out of the pocket $1.2 million. Even before we start construction, even before the deal is going vertical. Those are the type of investments and financial investments you have to make to move your projects forward. And we are most comfortable in doing that when we have an element of site control and we make a long-term commitment. So we do these type of deals every day. This is what we do. We raise our private capital internally. We have Raymond James, Bank of America, all the major financial institutions. We have fantastic relationships with. On this whole structure, on this piece of property, we're saying that we want to pay you a capitalized ground lease of $600,000. And then we will negotiate splits of cash flow. And if at some point in time, which I doubt it, if we sell, we'll negotiate splits and liquidation. We'll do that, but I doubt it will really do that. I would recommend that. At the end of the day, thank you for the time. And I would just like to say in closing is that HTG is pleased to have an opportunity to bid for this commission. We look forward to working with you, and we would like to please have the opportunity to work with the city because we see nothing but an upside. And most importantly, because we're in a certain market right now is the time to dig your shovel in the ground to begin to start looking at projects, because we have an issue in the economy right now. We believe that we will come out of it. And when we come out of it, we want to be ready to go. So we're investing in the future, and we'd like to do it with you. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for that presentation. Could you go back to the slide where you showed our entire Midtown and you started off with the phase one? I was just wanting to get a better.
I think that was 76 units, if I remember right, something like that.
Yeah, but I was trying to get a better picture of how you had it laid out.
Yes,
Probably that's the overall aerial, maybe without
Is that it? Okay, where you start with the,
3D aerial, that'd be more easy.
we're here, right here.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're saying with your phase one, the blue building and the green building, those are apartment, affordable housing? Is that
They
what you're saying?
are workforce housing.
workforce housing.
Workforce housing, okay.
That's the income range that would be supported by that housing, 29 to 60,000.
Okay, and that green building is located
On the east side of Collins.
on the east side of Collins, okay. Because between the blue building and the green building, where you have 1B and 2, that is Collins Street, am I correct? Where's
Collins is north-south.
Between Collins and Evers, I believe, isn't it?
between Collins and Evers?
And if I may,
Yeah, yes. The north is on the left, excuse me.
Yeah, that's Collins Square.
okay,
Oh,
just so
up
people
at the
think
top.
about phase.
Uh-huh.
Here's our concept. Here's what we like to do, subject to zoning rules. But what's going to be most important is that we expect that there will be changes in the capital markets in the next 2 or 3 years. So we will prioritize our projects as to where the money is. Okay. So I expect there's going to be a lot of money for rental, working family rental housing, because there's going to be a shift in the marketplace for market rate rental housing. I think there's going to be capital there. There's going to be a lot of capital for healthy, upgraded senior facilities. I don't see a lot of high-end market rate capital being in the marketplace for another 2, 3 years down the road. I think that's going to stall out for a bit, but it will come back, but not quite yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And another question, you heard me talk previously about timing. If you could go back to your schedule, what you're proposing that will happen as far as the timing of getting this project started?
Yes, ma'am. Phase 1 is going to start in November of 2020.
Okay, and construction, it'll take you from November to, that's what, about 1.5 years?
Well, we have to apply,
Mhm.
and we have to go to the city.
Right.
Get site control, do all of our pre-development work, which is substantial, apply for financing. Hopefully by June, we should be able to close on our financing and begin the process. Now, the March 2020 is commencement of, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here. The March 2022
Yes.
is the commencement of phase 1 construction. Yeah, it'll take about 2 years to get started.
2 years to get started, okay.
And that's just standard.
Okay. That's my questions for right now, sir.
One thing that, is interesting, as an architect, I might think we control things, but there's an old saying, form follows finance. Okay. And then that's, I think, what part of what's going, he's telling me.
We gotta get designed, we gotta get approved, because we're gonna spend anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million.
What was that?
I'm sorry, we're talking about pre-development, design, getting building permits, getting our financing closed, closing on the ground lease, all of those things take time.
Okay, you said what, about 1.5 years? Is that what you said?
Approximately.
Okay,
I'd rather give you a conservative estimate and finish before that, as opposed to saying I'll get it done tomorrow.
right,
And
okay.
We're from the under promise and over delivery category.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir. I think I know what you mean by affordable workforce and city optional. Could we go back to that slide, please? But if you could differentiate that for me, so I'm not making any assumptions.
when you say,
Yeah, just define for us affordable versus workforce versus city optional. What do you mean by that?
okay, so in just generally, the 3 main categories that we look at, there's 4 main categories. There's senior housing, there's affordable housing, there's workforce housing, and then there's market rate housing. Affordable housing is generally with tenants that have 60% below AMIs, 30% AMIs, and workforce housing is anywhere from 60 to 120 AMIs, area median income. So that's basically blue collar, family of 4, 2 people working. That's at from that 60 to 120% AMIs. Now that's going to change temporarily because of where we are right now in our economy. But generally, if you look from the workforce housing, 60 to 120% of area median income.
So both the affordable and the workforce would be low-income housing tax credit deals financed that way with capped rents?
Well, they would be, yes, they would be. Well, you can get workforce housing with 4%. I'm getting technical now, with 4%/sale funding, which is not quite as, it's not as difficult to access the 9%.
Gotcha.
So usually for our workforce housing, what we're looking at for the most part is that 4% sale type of structure. And those For the most part, the bonds are as of right, because we go to the county or the state for that. And then we can go in the marketplace to get some subordinate money. And that's why I feel important when I begin to talk about the CRAs and working with institutions, because Bank of America, some of the major institutions, have sources of capital that we can access in order to fund like a workforce housing project where we don't have to rely on the state for that type of subsidy.
Maybe I missed in the proposal. Is there any expectation for the city to participate in the financing?
Well, I think that the presenter before us made a request for what's called a local government contribution. Let me explain what that is. Florida Housing no longer wants to pay traffic as to who gets what. So they say, if you want our money, we want the local government to give you a local government participation of $600,000. If you get that, all it means is that when 30 applications come in, if 2 applications have a local government contribution, one of those 2 will get funded. So it gives you a step up to access funding. And that's what, it would be nice to have one, but we're not going to, we can't base our decision on getting a local government contribution, because again, we want to make a long-term commitment. And Florida Housing changes its policy every 2 years. So what is good today may not be good tomorrow. We don't base our decision on that.
So
It would be nice.
So the split between affordable workforce versus market rate is about 50-50 on the units?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that the split is what we negotiate in our ground lease in terms of what you expect from us. So we will negotiate that. My rule of thumb is, and I'm speaking for Brian Finney, not HTG, but you always want to control the level of your low-income units relative to your market rate and your middle-income units. You've got to have a healthy mix.
So to that point, then, would there be a way to phase this where market rate would come first, or you do a phase of affordable and workforce and then market rate to kind of split it up and balance it, versus all of the affordable and workforce in the first 2 phases and all the market in the last 2?
Conceptually, you can do that, but the key is creating momentum. If I put a shovel in the ground, no matter what the project is, people get interested and you create momentum. And so it's always been our comfort. We're most comfortable with creating momentum and then letting the market dictate where we go next. We'd love to do market rate first, but momentum is the key.
Thank you.
So we've all been sitting here through this project when we began in 2007, and we bid it out a couple of times. And one of the things we, have been, I would say, unanimous on is that we're not going to just take the best bid. It has to be the right partner that's going to build this and be a long-term partner for, the foreseeable future. So, over the years, it's easy to come up with visions and place things on drawings and maps and so forth. But it really comes down to who has the financial capability. Because the money is what is going to end up dictating how and the timeliness and this project occurred. Okay. So, so what you're telling this CRA right now is that you have the capital to make the initial investments yourself, basically the down payment, so to speak. Okay. So you're not going out and seeking private investors for that. You already have, that's already in place. And then you're literally, based on the financial plans that are currently out there at the particular moment, is what drives what phase 1, 2, 3, or 4, or however these projects derive. And then because the finances at the end of the day is going to dictate the rollout. And is that fair to say?
Absolutely. And I want to be clear that we have the financing, the seed capital to get these projects started.
Right. So you're not having to go out and get investors looking for private money. That seed capital is already there.
Yeah. I mean, for pre-development,
you know, I have a project budget that is probably about $500,000-$600,000 each deal that I can just, if I get signed off on, I can spend internally.
Okay.
And we do have access to capital.
So one more question for you that I have is that when I look at the workforce salary ranges, that 29 to 60, that's pretty much our range in the city anyhow. Because I look at the latest numbers for the family incomes in our city, it's around 55,000 right now. So, so that when you use that term blue collar, that's, you know, that range is already is our market we're in. Okay. So obviously projects have to mirror the income ranges that our markets it is. So
That's a barometer of what we would like to do, yes, sir.
okay. So a concern that I know that we all have, because I've been over the years listening to us all discuss this, is we have to make a decision that we know someone has this staying power, they're formidable, they have the financial mechanisms in place. Okay, it's not something they go out and try to sell our project to someone. Okay, but at the end of the day, they're going to build a project that stands the test of time, because this is not just a midtown; it's an addition to our downtown.
Yes, sir.
You know, so if you look at our downtown now, which is over 100 years old, you know, those structures were built to stand the test of time. You know. So when you're building these structures, just for a content standpoint, can you point to examples that are downtown projects? I know I saw a list of them in there, but the quality of workmanship is something that will stand 100 years or more.
Well, we have not done any historic refurbishments, but since we tend to own and not sell assets, when we make an investment in a project because we own it and we're going to keep it, I believe, and we've won awards, that our projects are high quality projects. I mean, we've done inner city projects, we've done suburban projects, we've done rural projects. I don't have anything on the shelf where I can say that, you know, we did downtown Main Street X, but you know, we've done new construction on townhomes. We've done, and all of our projects, you know, naturally are inspected by our lenders. I don't know how to answer you. I mean, we are
redeveloping the downtown, just a project that, you know, 100 years from now, that's still a vibrant community is what I mean.
Well, I think that, you know, we did a joint venture with the, you know, just to pick a name, Alonzo Mourning. We built some family housing for him and with him in the Old Town section of Miami, which is quote unquote the Old Town section of Miami. But when we got the project done, they changed the names to now it's Wynwood. So now it's like the sexy area all of a sudden. But that's a quality product, and we're proud of it. And I have to be honest with you, we're proud of everything we've done.
Okay.
There's nothing that we're ashamed of. And I mean, you can look at some of our products in Lakeland. We have 2 buildings in Lakeland that are fairly impressive.
Okay. Any other questions?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. On the 29,000 to 60,000, that's family income, right? It's not breadwinner.
Excuse me?
It's family income and not just bread.
Yeah, I mean, that's the range. We look at the number of people in the household, and it has to be between that $28,000 to $60,000 range to meet that category. Right. That's why I said you could be 1 or 2 people working in blue collar.
Right. That's what it was. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you referred to what evidence they can give us of a long-term standing asset that's been built in cities where they've had projects. And I think you have to look to the timing of when their company began, which is 1997. That's 23 years. So the longest standing project in any city that they've worked in. It's been 23 years. So you can't really gauge what the future holds without the future already transpiring.
Right.
It hasn't yet. 23 years has. And we could only gauge in that case what.
Thank you very much. That's a good answer to that question.
My point is that I think we all have a concern that we want to make sure we build something that's not just good today, but something to be good for the stand the test of time. We want to, something that long after we're gone, it's a formidable product that, that the city is proud of. So
My project manager on this project, probably lives in Plant City. Okay, so we're, I think it was on the north side over by Stingray Chevrolet. Okay, so, I'm from Lakeland, quarter of my family currently here. So we're serious about why. And Mr. Box, he lives here, so you're going to call him up and say, what the hell, excuse me.
he can't hide, can
And
he?
he's worked with us now for 4 or 5 years.
Longer than that.
Yeah, it's just not, we didn't just show up together today. We've been in the trenches together.
Mr. Mayor, follow-up question. You referred to a $600,000 ground lease for phase 1. Is that correct? For just phase 1?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
explain a little further exactly what you mean by a $600,000 ground lease?
I recommend generally when we work in nonprofits and cities that we do not buy the land, that we rent the land. And eventually it will go back to that institution sometime in the future. So when we close on a capitalized ground lease, we pay the day we close $600,000 in cash. And you give us the right to build what you approve, we build on that site. So it's on a project by project basis. So if there's several parcels, we'll negotiate the ground lease payment on each parcel. So when we close, we then wire the money to the city.
Okay, so I assume then that you're basing that on some actuarial or some financial value of land in the case of phase 1.
We normally do that once we begin to negotiate with the city on the ground lease and begin to actually see exactly what size the parcel is, how big the parcel is, and then we'll spend money getting appraisal, and then we'll base it on the appraisal. Or the city will come back to us and say, for this market rate land, here's what we're going to charge you. Because we can make more money in market rate, but on this affordable property, here's what we're going to charge you, because we know that your income is capped on this in order to buy it. So it's on a deal by deal basis how we like to do it, looking at the economics of each transaction.
I guess it's my understanding that most developers want us to give you the land in order to build on it to start with.
Yes, but in this case, we've asked for, we can afford to pay a ground lease and still get our deal.
Okay. Wanted to hear you say that.
Any other questions? Any closing comments? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Okay, at this time, our next presentation, I'd like to welcome the Mosaic Development Group to the podium. And we have, I shouldn't call it a group, I should call it a
small army. Good morning.
Good morning.
May we have permission to give you some basic
please,
handout?
please.
So what we're presenting to you are 3 things. A copy of the presentation that you have a copy of on your server, and we'll go through that. Larger copies of the actual program, so you could actually drill down comfortably and look at the various uses and locations. And the third thing is an article that was on the front page of the Tampa Bay Business Journal in March, end of March, that speaks to our development in downtown St. Pete, where we had 5 credible banking institutions offer debt on the project to speak to our financing capabilities.
Are these projects currently in the works? The St. Peter?
Oh yes, that's under construction. We just finished our environmental remediation We put in 725-foot deep piers for parking structure, and we actually go vertical on August 10th. August 10th. So, I'm just waiting for Don.
While we wait for Dawn, I'd like to just piggyback on Roxanne saying the question asked. We closed that construction mode in the middle of COVID.
It was crazy.
The economy was crumbling. So it's a testament to our financial partners, Synovus Bank, which is we've done lending with on a couple of projects. They stuck with us. They knew we could do it. They knew we just needed to weather the storm to get to construction. So that was, we were extremely excited about closing it.
So in the audience, you have representatives of every discipline that we work directly with on this project, including NKF. I'd like to point out Matt Williams, who financed our St. Petersburg project, and he assisted us with debt and equity, and he also assisted us with debt on our St. Petersburg project. We thought that in talking as a team, they all wanted to come and show you who they were and that they were committed, and that they were able to answer any drill down questions you had. So good morning, my name's Roxanne Amoroso. I am the lead principal for Mosaic Development. There are 3 owners in Mosaic Development. Myself, Mark Moriano, and Terry Wade. And we're different than our teammates. We're not the same as our competitors. We are built differently. We function a little differently. The beauty of being a smaller group is that we're able to do big business with very hands-on approach in a very methodical manner. About 1/3 of our book of business is public-private partnership. I have 13 years of experience in developing affordable housing. Mosaic Development is a 7-year-old company that is a market rate housing developer. Although we do like to incorporate in the appropriate areas some workforce housing units. We don't ask for subsidy for those units. We don't ask for money. We actually offer to purchase the land and act as master developer, where our presentation to you spoke to us building out the apartment communities, which there are 2 of, and Don will go into the programming in detail, but also the townhomes, which we programmed. Some live work townhomes and some townhomes. We're going to let the market determine whether or not they're rentable or for sale, and we'll do that through a market study. But our partner in those townhomes is Ruslan Fedotenko, who is an experienced townhome developer in the Tampa Bay area. The unique attributes of Mosaic Development is that we're local to Tampa Bay. We all live in Tampa Bay. We work in Tampa Bay. We're committed to development here in Tampa Bay, although geographically we work through the corridor of north of Tampa, down to Naples, and out to Orlando. That's our geographic grid. We have extensive public-private partner experience. I have the privilege of leading the Encore development and Creative Village, and Mark and I work hand in hand in some very catalytic developments. The Encore is $450 million successful mixed-use development on 30 acres of downtown Tampa. Creative Village, which we kickstarted with the city of Orlando, is a $1.2 billion economic engine, and we're very emotionally committed to what we do. And that applies to what we bring to the table today to Plant City. We are community oriented. We have families, we have children, I have 5 grandchildren. When you think about your family, you think about the dynamics of a community and how you can improve it through job creation, through the type of product you build, and just good partnering. That means you actually become a part of the community, and we have pride in doing that. I think that we do a very good job of paying attention to who's around us and how we can integrate and affect positive change. So we are part of the fabric of where we go. As a team of 3, we do 700 to 1,000 units at a time, which is basically 3 developments and 1 master. We roll through pre-development. It takes a long time to tee them up correctly. We roll out of them one at a time and we roll into the next. And we don't want to be any bigger than we are. We're effective at what we do. We're a 7-year-old company. We're very proud of what we do. We have a good reputation. I will tell you, you have 4 very credible developers that build quality products. And I think that speaks to what you put out there in asking for a partnership. And we'd like to be your partner. Your success is our success. Because we own the company, we make nothing if we don't succeed in developing your vision. And we really believe in the vision you have. We think it's a great vision. It fits, it works, it marries very well with the type of product we like to do. So speaking to the 3 of us, my specialty and my focus is on the development and finance strategy. Mark's is on planning, design, and construction. And Terry is on marketing, demographics, and the lease up and management side. For team partners, would you all stand, please? If you are part of the Mosaic Development team, every one of them are here. They are principals of their companies. They're the decision makers. They're either a part of our company, our CFO is here, our in-house counsel. These are the people that work directly with you. It's the same faces you will see. And your 3 partners are who you work through and partner with. Examples of that is, as a master developer, we will ask to create an architectural design review committee that approves the architectural design of every building that goes in this master development. And we'd like the city to sit on that board with us and help with the decision making, foster the guidelines, but also approve the individual program as it comes online. Speaking of the program, it's my turn to hand it off to Dawn to walk you through it. So if you would, please.
Good morning, Dawn Gunter. I'm the Managing Director of Gensler Architects here in Tampa. And we, as an architecture firm, really believe in the power of design to transform communities and to transform people's everyday lives. And when you talk about one of the fundamental aspects of that, we talk a lot about live, work, play, but we see in so many of our cities, if you don't have affordable housing, if you don't live in adjacent to your community now more than ever, and have these amazing outdoor plazas, this great sense of place and destination, but that's the fundamental building block for the rest of your life and experience to be successful. So with that, we want to jump in and walk through the overall parcel. If you could go to the next one. We've started with the idea of placemaking. That makes these, while we focus on the architecture, we really believe in the historic style of what Plant City is and using that as inspiration for the design. The quad is on the fundamental urban planning items that really create place. So there's 4 things that we really want to identify here. We've built on the Midtown Park and set aside Block C, which is arguably one of the most, valuable blocks we felt, set a jewel box there and really create that mid-district, which is really important for urban planning. If you want to go to the next one. Within that, you see the view here. We really want to highlight the historic architecture that we've used to make this of time and of place, but really respectful of building in Plant City and really carrying on the incredible value that you have here, which is the really beautiful fabric that you have as a city. And you can see that jewel box, go back just a little bit, Mark. You see that jewel box in the middle. That building looks like something, you talk about 50 years, 100 years. It's really elegant and timeless. It looks like it's something that's always been there. It can be a restaurant, it can be retail. It's the central activator. And while, we talked a lot this morning about parking and walkability. People want walkability. They want that sense of place. They want that sense of connectivity. And the quad is going to do that for the whole district. So drilling in a little bit, the really amazing thing about all of these parcels is they're all very buildable. There are no bad parcels, which is just fantastic. Lot A is 1.27 acres. Those are live work townhomes. You see there on the corner of the block that you would have ground level retail with office above. While you're going to see a lot of pictures of units, the thing that's most important is there are really critical technical aspects about urban development that activate it. Your corners are critical. Placing retail on those corners, that's what's going to drive that live work play experience that you talked about in your RFP. Lot B, 0.52 acres, that's a retail pad. I think there's some desire for the city to have some offices there. So while it's a retail on the ground floor, again, for an activator, any of these pads can have office above. Lot C is 1.04 acres, and that's the combination of potentially a dual box restaurant, retail, market, and right now we're clearing 5,000 square feet, but there's a lot of flexibility on that lot. Lots D and E are together, 3.44 acres, 191 apartments approximately. We see these being 1 and 2 bedroom, 3 stories of living, over 1 level of podium parking, and this is a workforce housing mix with approximately 6,000 square feet of retail, and those are the peach colored bars you see at the ground level, again, really anchoring those on the corner. You have to be really careful with retail. Unsuccessful retail is just deadly. So we're really thoughtful with where we place it, and the corners are always successful. Lot H is a retail pad. Again, for play, we want to have a really robust and diverse mix of what we're placing on these sites. And you can see that those retail, all of the retail pads are also parking. Lots F and G, at this point, 1.42 acres. We are proposing surface parking there for overflow. Also, you've got this amazing quad. If you're having events, if you're having farmers markets, if you're using that as an activator, again, we're creating a community here, not just housing. You want to be able to make sure that you can support any activities that you might happen. Lot J is 2.5 acres, 39 townhomes approximately, 1,800 square feet, 2-story. You can park underneath them. And then Lot I, 199 apartments, 1 and 2 bedroom, and 3-story around, again, that kind of, central activated area with all of the amenities.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, George, for having us today. So I'm going to drill down a little bit on our development phases. Our first phase of development is Lot I on the south side of the district. And what we look to accomplish here is we are market rate developers. We don't do affordable housing. We do not enter the lottery for funding. We don't roll the dice with funding. We fund it through traditional debt and equity. And how we get a mix of units that's desirable to income levels is we vary the size of those units. We'll deliver smaller units that are more attainable to a lower income demographic, and step up to 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms that would be desirable to to 2 people that are living their roommate situation. 2 bedroom with dens, desirable to more of a couple. So we deliver that breadth of units in a fashion that makes it attainable on the lower end, the smaller sizes. But that smaller size unit is just an absolutely amazing unit. We have a 550 square foot unit, full bedroom, full demise wall, has full stack washer dryer, walk-in closets, pantry in the bathroom, and pantry in the kitchen. So it has everything that full size units have. It's just more compact. But because of that, we can rent it for a lower amount. So, and again, these are all market rate units. Phase 1 is market rate development. So it has surface parking on the back side of it. Obviously, the front side on acres is tight to the sidewall. Very urban element. Class A amenity package and all the developments that we deliver. What we would do here is what we did in our St. Pete project. We would put our amenity space on the ground floor to really activate it and make it feel like that pedestrian scale orientation where you're not walking by a cold, or more of a cold unit, but open glass. It looks like it's a commercial space, but really it's our fitness center, it's our clubhouse, it's our leasing office, and it's that direct conflict from the street into our community. So as Dawn mentioned, what we really look to do is embrace the local history and the local architecture of the area. And we love the rail history here. We love that late 18th century urban Americana that you see all throughout the bricks, cornerstones. So what we would do is we would propose, when selected, we would propose, like Roxanne said, we have an architectural board that incorporates our historic resource board, incorporates city staff to make sure that the buildings that we're delivering, they have those key embellishments to make sure that they're
they're complementing your downtown existing buildings, complementing what you see throughout Plant City. So again, we really do focus on the community, what's there. We want to be sensitive to the context of the community currently, what was there past, but we want something that will survive into the future. So I'm going to move to phase 2. Our phase 2 development, here, lots being elite. Again, 199 units, market rate and workforce housing. Workforce housing. There's, again, no lottery. We're not rolling the dice on funding, traditional debt and equity. We did this in our downtown St. Pete project, where we had a certain number of workforce housing units that met 80 to 120% AMI, got incorporated directly into the units. They look exactly the same. They're just a workforce housing unit that we deliver for that we offer for a lower rent. Again, junior 1 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms with den. In this particular project, as Dawn mentioned, we'll have 6,000 square feet of ground floor retail, true retail commercial space, in addition to our amenity space looking out over to the quad to really continue to activate that area and to make it very pedestrian friendly. Same level, Class A amenity package, we have a pool deck in all spots. We do pet washing, we're very pet friendly. We recognize the overwhelming majority of our residents are pet owners, so we make sure that we accommodate their pet friends as well. But your typical clubhouse, pool deck, outdoor kitchen, etc. All right, and with that, I'm going to hand it back to Roxanne for her talk about our financials.
You get to play with
I did. That's my job.
So I wanted to talk to you briefly about our financial proposal. We do use traditional debt and equity. When Mark spoke of workforce housing, we target 80 to 120% of area median income. And whatever number of units we designate, and we usually negotiate that, it's between 10 and 20%. But we split the baby evenly, if you will. Half of them are 80%, half of them are 120% AMI. They serve that income level. We propose to purchase the land from the city. Our process is very straightforward. We enter into a master development agreement that has an approved real estate contract attached to it. We purchase each area on a lot and block basis per project when we close on construction loan closing. So the city has no risk of us not performing. We're closing on our debt and equity at the same time. And we've already expended all of our pre-development and we're already in some permits in the city effectively. But we have a predetermined price as to what we can feel the property can pay. The aggregate total the city would be paid is $1,641,964. We've given you a land sale so you can see the breakout. Mosaic Development would actually be responsible for about $1.2 million of that total payment because we intend to be the developer of all of the apartments, all of the townhomes, and we would facilitate development on and up through marketing and working with the brokerage. And honestly, it would be the local brokerage working with our brokerage to make sure that we bring in the right end users because we sit on that architectural approval board too. And we want to make sure there's sustainable businesses, but also a good mix of businesses. And we set the standards with the city of what's acceptable for end users and what is not acceptable for end users. So the land sale is a very straight transaction and it's built right into the master development agreement. We also gave you a tax revenue generation on a lot by lot basis. It simply was the value, estimated value, the cost per square foot, the discounted value, which is 90%, which we assume is the taxable value, the current millage rate and the tax output. And then we broke it out on a 20-year build out so you could see the increment as it's being built out in accordance with the construction and development schedule that we proposed. Mark, do you want to finish up on the schedule? Okay.
Okay, so schedule, and then we'll give one more quick slide, and then we'll open it up to some questions. With all due respect to Mr. Strickland, they do a beautiful product. Their development is actually 3 or 4 blocks north of our development in downtown St. Pete. We're on Central Avenue. They're a couple blocks north of us. They do a very nice project, but you guys have waited long enough. You've gone 3 times, 3 rounds. So him asking to not vote, hold off on a vote, I don't agree with. I think you've waited long enough. I think you have excellent developers in front of you, a good pool of options for you. So, you know, this board that we're sitting and looking at has just a extensive experience and knowledge here within the city of Plant City. You've all been on this board and the commission for a very long time. So we think we benefit from that. So again, we think that time is now for the Midtown. First step, master development agreement review and approval. That takes place as soon as we're selected. It's a couple month process. We hope to get through it. Utilize the bones of the existing master development agreements, make some tweaks to it. That was a ground lease. We don't ground lease. We buy the land from you guys. So we pay you for the land without asking for anything. What you see, the team you see here, is the team that you'll work with in developing that master development agreement. So these are the faces that you work with. There's Roxanne and I, our council, our other partner, and our development team is the team that you'll work with. From there, we move into community outreach. I would expect September-ish, August, September, community outreach, the entitlement process. Once we wrap up the development agreement, if we can move that process faster on the development agreement side, great. And we start community outreach, entitlement, and master development review and approval process. So what we really look to gain through that community outreach process is with the city as a partner, engage in really meaningful community outreach and coordination. We start to formally define that placemaking process for the overall development, but especially for the areas that are going to be located in that quad, public areas. We start to develop the feel of the district, marketing some brand ideas, with the community engaged, create an identity for the district, a thematic identity that we like to create, and really build upon what you guys have already done with Midtown Park, Village Green, expand upon that, and make sure our communities engaged for our Lot C development so that we can deliver something that we're proud of, community's proud of, city's proud of. So really the goal is to make this whole area attractive. And it has to be attractive, but not just to our residents, it has to be attractive to current business owners in downtown, to new business owners coming to this district, and to visitors. And to make that attractive, it has to be pedestrian oriented, it has to be safe, and it has to be desirable for daytime and nighttime activities. So you have more of a 24-hour, it's not really 24-hour, but more of a 24-hour activity.
This might be a great time to give what we do is just with the Central Avenue development as an example of how we work with community through the art community.
Yeah.
So we really believe that you not only have to hear what the community is telling you, and you really should try to create local jobs, that matters. But we think there's more to it than that. We recognize you have a local community here. St. Petersburg does too. So we ended up fostering a partnership with Duncan McClellan Galleries. We actually purchased $100,000 worth of art, iconic art, to be placed throughout the actual development. But then we challenged them to match us. And we're having them actually bring in $100,000 more of our art done by local artists for sale that we'll display throughout our community. So we're creating opportunities for really true partnership with the neighborhood. And truthfully, it just makes it better. It makes it's more meaningful to us. It's one way we have embraced the community. I think it's a really good one personally.
Yeah, so just to quickly wrap up on that, in that same vein, that community outreach, community engagement, it's all about an emphasis on the pedestrian and connectivity within the district and to your downtown. So
it isn't just the pedestrian side of things, but it's bike riders, ride sharing, bike share, and also that pet experience. Again, that's big for us. And what I found is that you guys have done a really good job in the College Street Corridor study, creating that foundation for what the district should feel like, what the area should feel like. So while we'll utilize that, I'm sure incorporate some of those details, we want to make sure the community is fully engaged to make this truly a pedestrian-oriented space that is appropriate for vehicles, yes, of course, two major corridors traveling through, but not just for vehicles, for pedestrians as well. So then we'll move into the design and permitting. This is all for lot 1. Now we get into design and permitting for lot 1. As we get through the entitlement process, I expect that somewhere October, November, that will allow us to kick off actual formal design and permitting sometime, let's say in November. And that process can take about 6 months, depending on how fast the permit review process we get. But what we start to do here is again, engage in community coordination. And this is where we really put an emphasis on pulling in local civic leaders and local civic organizations so that we can incorporate minority and disadvantaged women-owned businesses, and we'll utilize the Hillsborough County WWE and SBE programs to connect those entities to our general contractor, so that when they're looking for subcontractors, those entities are automatically delivered to our general contractor, who's here doing construction. We've done this on other jobs too, so that those people, locals, MPD, WB, SBD, are not left behind. So we'll start that probably in the middle of our design process, and then start construction around May of 2021, approximately a little bit less than a year from now. And that construction process will take about 18 months for phase 1.
So I wanted to close with just a couple of comments about Mosaic Development and our team. And the one thing we didn't touch on that I should have, we're suggesting 2 things that are monetary that impact the city, and their suggestions, but it's what our thought process is. We included in our response to the RFP what we believe to be the standing environmental scenario with each lot, because wanted you to know we knew. We also wanted you to know we were prepared to address that. Our proposal basically says, city, we will pay you money for these, but we want them to be pad ready and environmentally checked off for residential or commercial use. Any work that needs to be done environmentally, we either ask the city to do or we volunteer to do ourselves. And we have expertise in that area. We do it with cities all the time. And what we say to them simply is this, and we would say the same thing to you. If there's environmental work that needs to be done and you ask us to do it, we would ask that you pay us a 5% fee. We would execute all the work on your behalf under the blanket of your master developer. And then we would go on your behalf to the state for voluntary cleanup tax credits. And you will recoup about 60% of the funding you've invested in cleaning up those lots. So that was one ask that would have a financial impact.
Sure. One thing that I'd say about that is we did this very successfully with the city of Kissimmee. You may have caught the letter of recommendation from the city of Kissimmee in our initial RFP package.
They really
great community to work with, great public-private partnership. We're about a month or 2 away from starting construction on 300-unit development right across from Lake Tahoe. Really good project.
That's not our first project there.
But the point there is they came across unknowingly about $1.2 million of environmental contamination on site that they had offered. They put the money out. We got them repaid about $700.
No, we estimated 6 something. We came back to 7.
So we got them repaid about $700.
They're very happy with that.
Through the voluntary cleanup tax credit program, we're very adept at that. We do that often. We actually did it on our Central Avenue project. We're in the recoup process right now.
So we are adept at environmental remediation. We are prepared to address that. We think there will be some environmental cleanup that will need to be done by someone, and we're saying we stand ready to achieve that. The only other monetary thing, other than asking to pay you for land, is the parking. We have a single level parking podium for our apartment community that incorporates workforce housing. That parking podium it houses 43 spaces. If I put my Houdini hat on a single level podium, and I've built them before, they're about 16 to 18,000 in space. We would ask the city to consider investing in that development to pay for that. I would also note, contrary to that though, there are 2 lots we're combining that will provide 180 spaces that we're volunteering to pay for and build to support the commercial overflow parking that we think should be needed and utilized in that area. You know, you want it to be bikeable, so do we, and walkable, and so do we, but you have to accommodate the vehicles too. So if you wanted to contribute to that instead, that would be great. But we chose the lesser evils. And so the estimation there is between $600,000 and maybe $770,000. In closing, we're not the same as our competitors. We have some really good teams here. Terry, Mark, and Roxanne, we own it. There's no approval committee. We don't have to go to an investment committee to get approval to proceed after we made a promise to you. We're standing here today making our promise to you if you choose to select us. Unlike our competitors, we make the decisions with you that drive the success of the project. We don't operate in a vacuum. We're not just a buyer. We're not a leaser. For us, you know, we use the expression internally, we eat what we kill. We make nothing if you're not successful, and we're not successful too. And the last thing I want to point out that I don't know if everybody realizes, but if you own the company, you have to personally guarantee that equity. If you run the numbers, just the apartments alone are roughly $65 million. And the 3 of us are here today saying, we're ready to sign that guarantee to execute on that if you give us the opportunity. If you have any questions at all, our entire team is here to drill down on any aspect you'd like. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Any questions? Vice Mayor?
First of all, thank you very much for taking an interest in Plant City. We really appreciate that. Obviously, you can see how much we love this community and how excited we are for the project and how patient we've been with it, because we want to make sure we do have the right partners. Very thankful for the thoughtfulness on the layout and recognizing that we're very particular about wanting to have the connectivity, especially with our downtown. You know, using terms like sense of place and space, and making sure that we're aware that we're not just putting up buildings, this is a community. So very pleased to hear that. I wanted to drill down a little bit more on the pad ready aspect of it, because I believe you also mentioned utilities in the proposal as well. So I know that we've done a significant amount of work on the brownfield cleanup, and I thought we were through a lot of that. Do you have any sense, probably too early to tell, but do you have any sense of cost or what we might be looking at in order to provide a pad ready?
The description on a lot by lot basis on the environmental, and I'll ask Miles Dowlock to actually speak to that a little bit further. But the description largely says you've done the work, but you haven't brought closure through the DEP. And it's going to vary lot to lot. The reason why we say environmental work, we're aware of what's been done. We've read the reports. We've created a summary. But our experience has been in urban renewal, you get a lot of ahas. So I would ask Mark, or I'll start, that our definition of pad ready is simply, we're going to utilize the utilities you have in place, stubbed to the road. Everything on that pad should be level, clean, and not have environmental contamination. If the city had a pipe running through the middle, and we have this in Kissimmee, if you have a utility pipe that you didn't know about that serves your residents that's running through the middle of the site, we have 2 choices. We can either not build on it, which is not our choice, or we can ask you to pay to facilitate to relocate it. And we'd say, what's your poison? Do you want to do it yourself? Do you want us to do it on your path? Well, we work as teammates. So there's problems on every single development we do. I haven't hit one yet that didn't have some weird aspect of something somewhere. And the truth is, we come in knowing that. And we ask that you have the wherewithal to know that, and then to act like partners with us. We've been blessed with a relationship with Kissimmee. They've had some tough We were tough. We started out thinking we were going to build a small apartment community on one lot, you know, because we have a whole master development. And then the dime turned and they realized not only did they need parking, but they needed a lot of parking. So we ended up building a 3.5-story, 393 unit garage, an award-winning garage, by the way. We emulated the historic facade of the retail in downtown, and we get calls all the time, and so does the city, can they go rent that space? But it's parking garage. We also found it had squishy, plant deteriorating soil, and it was decomposing, so it does not support a 300-foot-long parking garage, which is the size of a football field. And Mark worked with our environmental team and our contractors, and we were mixing concrete with the soil, and we made it sustainable for that garage, and it's a beautiful garage.
But yeah, I think just the experience level that we have working in urban force and in delivering projects just like this, it's urban. You're on a railroad track. There are a lot of manufacturing stuff that occurs adjacent to those railroad tracks. So we don't really know what's out there. It may be completely clean, fabulous, that's perfect. But we're just putting that in there to study. We don't want to come back to you and say, okay, now we have to negotiate this. We want to make sure that we're transparent up front in our thought process because we come across it in other communities.
So to the vein of Pad Ready as well, we've got a significant portion of one of the parcels that is old stock lumber facility that's covered in concrete right now. Would you expect us to remove that and do the dirt work on?
No, we can knock a building down.
No, concrete pads as long as there's no contamination underneath them. Concrete pads that's typical process.
Okay.
Demo is on us.
So your definition of Pad Ready under these circumstances is clean, approved, environmental, and utilities sub to the site.
Yeah, and of course, DEP is going to look at that caveat or any, when we get into our permitting process. It has to be cleaned up to residential standards. That's basically.
Yeah, that's it though. That's it in a nutshell.
That's all I had, John.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor. You addressed a big question of mine that's come out of this conversation regarding exposure to risk that we feel like we've, over the past years, done a lot to remediate the types of problems you're alluding to. But you're adding a caveat that oftentimes you found that when cities think they've done all they need to do, you find that there's always the aha moment when there's more to do.
That one of the issues, to put great clarity to that, sir, is it has been cleaned up, but it might not meet environmental standards for residential use.
But the point I'm going to make is the fact that we don't know what that risk level is. We do know that there's an exposure to risk because you pointed it out to us. So what is the value of that risk that would be something that we would have to have a firmer understanding of, I believe, because you're saying whatever that risk is, you are to bear it.
But we're also saying we will seek any and all remedies through the state to recoup funding, which can you speak a little bit to that specific model? Because we've done that successfully, working in partnership with cities in many places.
That's the point I'm making. So have we. We've been quite successful in getting a lot of grant money to remediate against problems that we've already been aware of, cleaning up hazardous waste, and anything else that we can identify that would limit us to be able to attract a developer like yourself to come in and build over the ground.
That's our utter hope. We hope that when we go out there, so we're going to have to do phase 1 for the bank, obviously the lender. So we hope that there's nothing unearthed, but we don't, because we haven't gone through due diligence, we haven't been selected yet. We're just throwing that caveat out.
I know, I understand that, and you're the first one that's thrown that at us, so I have to be aware of it. And it is an exposure to risk from our side.
Yeah.
In terms of any environmental expenses that are incurred for assessment or remediation, you can recapture up to 75% of it back. And we've been very successful in doing that. And also there's other grants that the city can pursue. We worked with the city, with your city several years ago to get 3 $200,000 cleanup grants. And currently there's a new round coming up for up to $500,000 for multi-sites that would be submitted in November. So that's another potential to bring that type of funding to the table that we could do.
Yeah, one of the biggest tickets, if you will, to recoup any funding you expend, and it worked very well for the city of Kissimmee, is the voluntary cleanup tax credit program. I actually have to thank Miles. I got to serve on that board that helped write some of those standards. And essentially, if you had a site that was contaminated, up to 500,000 against $1 million, so 50%, up to per site, or if it's happens to be October through February, you hit 2 calendar years. So you have the ability to double that. And there's a 25% bonus density under certain criteria. So the lion's share of, in any scenario that you uncovered, the lion's share of it we'd be able to recoup for you. We wouldn't do the capital outlay, but we absolutely would do the work. And I would encourage you to talk to the city of Tampa, talk to the city of Kissimmee, who were the recipient of us doing that for them as part of our development program. The truth is we don't make a dime on environment. We just need to clear it out of the way if it needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I think that what they brought up on this, having been in the petroleum industry for a number of years, I know about contamination in soils and stuff like that, had a lot of experience in that capacity. We would be responsible for the cleanup for if any developer, anybody buys the property. So we're not, they're just clarifying it. But it's even bad to take to court and sue us to get, we have to provide a clean site, and I don't see that being a problem.
And by the way, you've never done that before. We just think being good communicators to you is a fundamental part of a real partnership. So if we go into a development as a partner, eyes wide open, then everybody understands what roles we have and how to work through it together. And if we absolutely would work through it together.
You're very heavy on the retail compared to the other bids. Is there a reason why? Excuse me, not retail, residential.
We're multifamily developers. Our focus really is on multifamily. There's approximately 25,000 square feet in aggregate of office and retail through this development, which is quite a bit. For a smaller downtown area, that's quite a bit. We're really comfortable, honestly. The smallest development we've ever done is 122 units. Anyone that does mixed income, affordable, uses financial tools at the state or federal level, they're capped at how many units they can do at senior. It's maxed out at 160, just by way of example. And the funding has diminished so much over the years that the only way that a developer can develop is by having a smaller number of units. We're not that animal. For us, we know we can only have a full team of on-site management, which we require as part of our developments, if we can nail that 200 number. And we don't want an unattended property. We want to be there to control the behavior and the quality of it and maintain it. So we're 200 to 300 units. We also look at absorption. How many units can this area absorb? We don't have apartments. We've seen them. Most of them in this area are older apartments. You don't have new products in this particular area, and we want to be that builder.
Yeah, and just to build on what Roxanne's saying there, Marilyn, we see what you have in downtown. We see the commercial, we see the retail, but we don't see that new higher density, quote unquote, higher density residential living that adds the extra support and the extra incomes for those restaurants, all the retail to continue to flourish. Because you have pre-COVID and everything's pre-COVID. You've done a great job actually fostering the growth in your downtown. What we see is an opportunity here to bring the bodies, connect them directly through that pedestrian connection, straight up Beaver, straight up Collins and Wheeler, right into your downtown, and just be an extension of your existing.
Our existing, our initial market research generally tells us when you hit the urban core, and it does apply here, you don't need 3-bedroom apartments. People can afford to be in single-family housing or a townhome. And so we focus more on studio 1, 2, 2-bedroom, 2-bath den. And we try to serve a population that's the corporate end user, the young corporate end user, the empty nesters. We get a lot of empty nesters, and they want to be downtown. They want to be in a vibrant downtown. We think the retail and the office give that to that area. So that's our hope.
And then one more point on that. I really like the mix of multifamily apartment units here complemented by the townhouse units. Because I think that that extra product will appeal to people that want to be in downtown, but they prefer to have more of a attached single family home as opposed to a stacked multi-family apartment. So I'm excited about the mix of units that we put together. I think it will play well.
So since you're a market rate developer,
Absolutely.
You're really then 100% dependent upon your bank, right?
We have multiple banks, but yes, we're doing about 200 million at a time right now. Our low end 160, our high end 200 million. And we feel for a 3-person ownership company, that's the right size for us.
So you're feeling comfortable that your banks, one of them is Synovus, right?
That's one of them.
That's one of them. Okay, I think Matt's in the room, right?
Yes.
Matt, would you come up and speak to us, since he would be the conduit, if you will, that assists us
I want to hear directly from Matt.
And he's done it for us.
Are you saying that the bank is still positive about funding projects like this, market rate projects like this?
Absolutely. We're actually in the market right now on a deal in Orlando. We just cleared the market on. And similar to the 3100 deal, we have 5 banks that we have term sheets from. So what I would say has changed is the number of banks who are now competing for that business. The number of the banks that are not competing now are the much larger banks like PNC, Wells Fargo. For this project, similar to one in Orlando, it's going to be a regional bank in Iberia, a Synovus, American Momentum. All those banks are extremely active right now.
And you don't see that changing in the foreseeable future? Or?
No, actually, quite the contrary. I think a lot of the regional banks are now moving in to try and take business from some of the larger banks who are on balance for the moment.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Williams?
I have a question. Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation. This time, how many projects do you have going on right now?
Let's see. Central Avenue is under construction, 122 units.
Central Avenue.
Central Avenue, St. Petersburg. Bonita Springs, Main Street. We're 2 weeks from finishing construction, and we're physically 72 units leased, 273 units, and 7,400 square feet of retail. Those are under construction. We're in for permitting, and we're starting, I'm not sure if it's the end of September or the beginning of October, but on 288 apartments in our first phase in Kissimmee. And our second phase is another 10,000 square feet of retail with 12 more units as part of the same leg of that version of the development there. So
Commissioner Mathis, what I would say to that is, Roxanne alluded to it earlier. We have Bonita Springs wrapping up 273 units there. We have St. Pete under construction, so that's going nicely. And we're about to break ground maybe a month or 2 away from our construction start in Kissimmee. So we've gone through the breakdowns, the heavy load, the time that it takes to foster the developments to get them into construction on our deals that we're working on now. So we are ready to actually start that process of the development agreement, the design work, the communication with the community, and ultimately the time that we have to put in to deliver to construction on this project here.
Okay. Thank you.
One other question, Your Honor, please. You made mention of the management of the building. So you plan to own these long term? What's your exit strategy?
We're going to bring Terry Whalen up. He's our third partner. He owns an apartment third-party fee management company. So here's Terry.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You just mentioned about property management. You talk a little bit more about that and the intent to own the properties, or if they'll be sold, or what the plan is.
Well, typically it depends on the various markets, but we and the investment partners that join us on the project. The groups that we currently work with are high net worth families that look for a longer term hold.
rather than a build it and flip it type mentality. So it's really dependent on kind of what the money wants. But we have no aversion to staying in a deal with our partners. So we can go either way with them. In a deal like this, the idea behind holding it is appealing. It's not as large of a project as some of the others, so it's more manageable to hold. And so we're certainly open to that.
And what I heard you say earlier, and I want to make sure I'm clear on, is that the 200 unit product gives you the I guess the size, if you will, to have the consistent on-site management on a regular basis that you're looking for.
Full time
quality
with
product.
24-hour maintenance.
Okay.
And just building on that question, the success of the lease up and the success of the product is directly related to our success. If we don't deliver a product that is able to lease up,
Our guarantees are out there.
So with Kerry having that third party fee management company, the knowledge that he brings and his company brings to the markets, to the unit layouts, to the mixes, to the amenity spaces is just paramount to us and incorporated up front. We don't start figuring out how the amenity space can be laid out after the fact and then try to shoehorn it in. All that stuff is working out up front because that product has to be leased up so that we're successful.
How long does that normally take? I know it varies, but what would your expectation be on?
I can lay out some of those timelines.
Yeah.
So we're 12 to 18 months on construction, but we usually get delivery of the first units from the time we put a shovel on the ground to month 12. Terry's management team comes physically on site month 9, and they start leasing for month 12.
Gotcha.
So we've already got our first phase, if you will, or at least a good portion of it leased out. By the time we exit construction, we're about 50% leased. And then the remainder is, we're bringing the market in. So if COVID was not here today, 20, 25 units a month, we do about 20, 25 units a month in leasing.
Here's a good point. So from start of construction to about month 26, we're leased out. We're stabilized.
Okay. Stabilized being around 80%. Okay.
Economic occupancy at 90%, which is 92 or 93.
That's our goal.
And we write our budgets to 95.
So your rent rolls for your existing products are in the low to high 90s as far as your standard occupancy.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Finally, you've seen our development agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we asked for it.
Is there any heartburn to see that
Maki?
Yes, Maki. Nothing.
Maki is our in-house legal counsel, and nice to see Maki's face. You can kind of connect with that because I'm back to we're a small group. We're very focused on what we do, but so Maki.
It was more, the original structure with the ground lease, which is what we were not intending to do, but the rest is all.
So other than the ground lease, which you're offering to buy the land, obviously,
Yeah.
and you're saying that development agreement, you're
We can
good with.
work in terms of that, kind of see what makes us feel comfortable, but if there wasn't anything else.
Well, yeah, what we've articulated to you this morning about financial expectations that you can have with us, and that what we ask in return in terms of pad ready and working through any environmental issue that might be there, that's really the bones of it. And we would have a covenant in there about the architectural approval team as well, because we want to make sure the controls are in place so that at no time do we want a pad built that's a part of this master development that doesn't integrate with everything else.
When we started this, my expectation was that August we would be done with that master development agreement process, and it's kind of slipped just because the selection took a little bit, a month longer. The quicker we get to master development agreement execution, we want to be there. So the bones are there.
But you're not seeing any stumbling blocks in our current agreement.
That jumped out at us as being, a deal breaker at all.
Nothing that the financial institutions would have a problem with it.
If there's any hiccups or red flags or anything like that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes.
Please.
I'll ask a final question, then I'll be done. And this is kind of jumping
Ask
back.
away.
I'm jumping back on a comment that you made in your presentation regarding, again, the exposures that we might have other than what Commissioner Spark rightfully pointed out. We understand that if there are things that we have omitted that are unforeseen and they're in the environmental field, we still bear that responsibility for correcting. I understand that entirely. However, you also said something about a cost of the city paying for a parking lot of between $600,000 and $770,000. Did I understand you to say that?
What I said is we requested on the workforce, there's 2 apartment communities that are 199 units. One is 3 stories with on-grade parking. The other is comprised of 2 buildings, one 3-story, one 4-story. And that one, because it's a smaller lot, has a single level parking pad in addition to on-grade parking. We would ask that you assist in facilitating the cost of that. And that's 43 parking stalls.
And what would that cost be?
I estimate it to be between 600 and I used the benchmark 16,000 to 18,000 per stall times 43. 600 to 770.
And you're saying we would pay a portion of that or all of it?
We could negotiate that. We just told you. So we think our job is to say, here's the things we want. And if you like our team and you like our concept, then we sit down and we work through that. The counter side of that, as we said, we know if we bring retail and office, which is what your vision calls for downtown, that parking has to be addressed. And there's 180 spaces that we plan on building out on F&G, and that, which is approximately $2.8 million, that we would fund that as part of our development.
Well, I recognize that. I knew that you have 2 parcels already planned for construction as a parking lot to accommodate.
It's actually to accommodate commercial and the retail office.
Well, I understood it to mean that it accommodates people coming into the area to enjoy the amenities or to come and shop, but they need a place to park while they're there. It's not intended to be parking for those that are living there.
Correct.
That's
That we would build it and dedicate it back to the city. That would be our intent, would be give it to you.
Well, you just said you would charge us some undetermined amount.
No, sir. Let me be very clear. The podium parking, the 43 spaces, we would ask you to pay for to help us bring retail and workforce housing into that development. The lot F&G, we would build out for you and give it to you.
Yeah, I understand.
And we would not ask you to contribute to that.
That's independent of the other item that's negotiable about the parking
They're all,
platform.
this is a concept plan. It's all negotiable. This is what
We just don't know what the negotiations would leave us with. I understand. That was my final question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Very good job.
Thank you.
Next presentation. This is remarkable. After all day so far, we're only 15 minutes behind schedule, so I think we'll be okay today. But our next presentation is from DevMart Development. And Mayor, so glad to have you here today.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Oh, Vice Mayor, sorry, second it's Deputy. Good morning, Commissioner. It's good to be here with you today. My name is Rick Baker. I am Director of Business Development for DevMart Development. And I want to first start, first I want to introduce Mark DeMaria. Mark is the CEO and owner of DevMart Development, from the place to be here. Jim Pappas, who is the president of our architecture firm, who's here as well. Mark will be talking in depth about the experience of DevMart Development and especially as it relates to what we're doing here. And Jim will be going over the proposal that we've done. I want to first start by congratulating all of you, because I believe that what you're doing is very important. I'm a city. I believe downtown is your key. I believe downtown is the heart of your community. When you have a vibrant, healthy downtown, you have a healthy community.
if your downtown is not, if it's not healthy, it's not quite as healthy as the communities want to have. And I've watched from personal experience as a downtown grows and develops, that the entire city benefits everything the community can develop, if it's done right, if it's done close. So I want to just congratulate you. I also know it's a long effort. I have to be honest, it's a little gratifying to sit in the audience and hear, we talk about all the projects in St. Pete that they're doing right now. And those of you that have been here as long as I have, I've known that one of them always had. There was a time that when I was in office at the beginning, we were doing everything we could to try to get anybody. I'm pleased to develop the downtown St. Pete, and we learned a lot of lessons along the way, and what it takes, and how you develop it. Specifically, how you develop downtown. It takes what you're doing, it takes tenacity, you got to keep at it. You have ups and downs, but you got to keep at it. 2 years ago, I was, 2.5 years ago, I was working with the developers downtown, doing a lot of projects in St. Pete, and I was approached by Mark here, and he is he's spent his whole life in the development and construction industry. He's in Michigan, as you know, and he made a decision. He's built his first project in St. Pete, and he had made his decision. He wanted to focus the future efforts of his organizations in Florida, and because of the growth of Florida, because of the opportunities in Florida, and he asked me if I would help do that, and I first had to get to know him. And I'm a doer. I believe in our cities. I believe in creation of cities. And so the more I learned about Mark and Denmark, what I learned is that's what they're about. They only do development in the urban centers, in downtowns. They do primarily residential mixed use, residential commercial in downtowns as well. And when you look through their presentation, you're going to go through, you'll see something else about it that is they are often first in the market. They're often the first major residential project coming in the market. And I'm going to let Mark talk about that in detail. But I will tell you, it's a hard thing. We talk about money, how much you pay for this. It's hard to get the financial work. It's why often you'll have folks come in and they'll start a project, but then it doesn't get done because they couldn't get financing for it, because it wasn't the right numbers, it wasn't the right project. And so the real question, I think, is I've been in that position, when you have to ask, well, this is good, I like what I see, it's going to be done. I think I'm going to be back here 2 years from now doing this all over again because for whatever reason, it didn't work. And I believe that because of the experience they have and because of the development they put in place, that this is a good thing to put in place. When we talk about financing, they have letters in the proposal that you've seen from the folks that have done both the equity and debt financing for them in the past. And they've said, we are very interested, we want to be part of this project as well going forward. And when you talk about the proposed development itself, Jim's going to go into it with you, but we have all read and studied your Midtown plan. It's really yours, but I think most of us believe in, and I think our plan is absolutely consistent with that, with what you have said is your guidance for what you want to see in your city. And I especially want to emphasize, but just by the history of what Denmark does, they don't build top apartments in the suburbs. They don't put a development on it. They integrate it into the downtown, which is why we try to integrate both the Evers and Collins Street corridors into your downtown and make sure that we are thinking what's going on in the downtown as well. So we believe in city, but we also believe in your city. Many of you know that probably a year over a year ago, Denmark had made a decision that they wanted to find a way to invest in Plant City because of the demographics here. Because when you already invest, you've been around the downtown, we know the investments you made. Just if you've been in city government, you can look around, you know that these parks just don't pop up. People that decorate street lights just don't happen. These things have to be invested in. And when a city makes that investment, it makes you more likely to want to come and be part of it. So before this opportunity, this RFP was ever on the table, we were having discussions with your city staff, with some of you But where can we, how can we be part of that street because we want to be part of it? And finally, I'll say before I turn it over to Mark, is that we don't see this. I don't see it as just coming, we're going to put a development here. We would like to be part of your overall, to help in whatever way you think we can in the overall development of your downtown. There's a lot of aspects, whether it's sidewalk cafes or farmers markets or whatever it is that can drive the downtown to be successful. I think that we have some understanding of what some of those things are. So we're not going to stop at Collins. We're not going to stop at North Campus development. We're going to the extent that we all get this led, but to the extent that anybody would like us to continue to help and be part of the overall, because I see this as not a development of Midtown, but as a piece of the development of your overall downtown that we'd like to put along. So I don't agree with Mark. Oh, I didn't tell you. So I'm sorry. Is that it? Just put lots of it, but it's. Okay. Mark.
Good afternoon, Mark DeMaria, CEO of Evmar. Thanks for allowing us this opportunity to present to you. I just want to walk you through some past relevant projects that have a lot of similarities to your Midtown property. As Rick stated, we are strictly focused on urban infill, and for that reason, we're a market rate developer because we like to personally. I have the belief that downtowns are very attractive nowadays. This is where people want to be as high demand. So we believe that market rate is going to dictate these developments, and there's going to be a large demand for it. What you've done, the relevancy here is that it's in Florida, where we've previously developed solely in Michigan. This particular project is just outside of the Edge District, off Central Avenue. It's at the 16th and First Avenue North. At the time that we acquired this site, it was lighted property, non-functional car wash with vagrants living in it, and it was west of 16th Street was kind of a total dead zone. So we were first in the ground with this product, and our approach and philosophy here was, to approach the market with a product that was superior to others in the market, because obviously CMP has a lot of demand. There's a lot of pipeline projects, so we had to do something at this location to kind of define itself and define its own market. So we take the approach on these certain blighted sites, non-conforming areas of cities, to go ahead and proceed with higher quality construction with amenities and qualities that are going to attract folks to that location that might be considered undesirable. So we did exactly that. So we built a post-tensional cast-in-place concrete structure, high-rise, rooftop pool. So obviously you create the draw you create the demand for this location rather than just building typical vanilla box, stick built, stick frame. You wouldn't be able to attract people to that location in town because the other guy has the same exact product in a better location. A little bit what I believe you have going on that exists in the Midtown site. So that is one relevant project. So we also do projects in suburban, urban communities. This particular project in Michigan is in a town called Milford, Michigan, population of approximately 9,000 residents. Previous to this project, this location that consisted of an old rundown lumber, 4 acres. It had been vacant for 17 years. In a beautiful downtown that was very walkable. Complete scarcity of residential units. There was a total dearth of multifamily. Nobody lived there, but everybody had demand to be there. They wanted to be there. But one of the difficulties of getting these projects to get off the ground, as everybody's been talking about, is the ability to, demonstrate to capital markets, lenders, investors, that what you're going to do there, you're going to generate the type of rents that you are projecting. So we've had, great success in demonstrating that over the years on particular sites, more than just this project, of doing just that. The market appraisals, the market might dictate, it might come to your city and say, no, you're going to get $1.50 square foot. You can't build that. So it's our job as a developer conceiving quality product that we can convince, the capital to come invest in this market. So our approach is city first. We look at this town as an opportunity to be, a very unique community. You have, a great canvas to actually deliver and have somebody come in here, kind of recreate that portion of town. You only kind of get one shot at it too. So again, on that focus, we like to have, again, we're not workforce housing or any type of subsidized housing, because I think that the opportunity to have market rate and continue to do market rate for years and then to add value to the rest of the city is you take advantage of premier sites, the core of your city, to do just that. I think there's other opportunities, especially with all the land available, to provide those other types of developments, but not the midtown redevelopment, we don't believe. This project on the screen is actually a true public-private partnership with the city of Milford. Again, we were selected on an RFP to redevelop their most high-profile site, the corner of First and Main, so to speak. It consisted of a parking deck, which the city contributed $2 million bond issue. A lot of complexity, very tight site, but I think this project basically demonstrates our ability to work very well through very challenging projects and sites like this one had. I will reference that because you could read the letter of recommendation there for the Village of Milford DDA director. Again, you can see the Village of Milford is historical. I just want to show some comparisons of what took place there. Going back, this particular project was 100 units, and so I believe that's what we call out our phase 1 to get 100 units, because I think that's the proper size to absorb in this community right off the bat. I think you leave yourself subject to some challenges if you go larger than that right off the bat. This is the largest project in over 60 years in the Village of Milford, in a town of, I say, 9,000 residents. And we are overachieving our absorption. The project is just actually finishing right now. It's 30% leased. It's not going to be complete until end of August. Our rents were achieving higher than what we pro forma, so we're $2.25 a square foot. In most all appraisers were, would tell you that couldn't be done, which might happen here. Another very similar example is a project we did in the city of Plymouth, Michigan. This project, there was 0 multifamily rentals in this suburban, urban type downtown, very similar to your city. We were the first into the market to create what was probably the last 5.5 acre parcel available. It used to consist of a whole Columbia Insurance regional office building there. And we again achieved rents that were not expected to be obtainable, adding tremendous value post completion redevelopment from many others in that area. Again, it's showing the nature of downtown Plymouth is very similar historic to what you have. Currently, as Rick had said, we have made our focus or shift to the Gulf Coast, Central Florida, Southwest Florida. That's where we refer to. We think that we can take advantage of helping cities come back. A lot of the types of cities that we've developed in Michigan, although we do target larger cities like Fort Myers or St. Petersburg. This happens to be a project. It's called a sister project of the project we're completing in downtown St. Petersburg. This is it's currently in pre-development stages. This is one in downtown Winter Haven. It's a 105 unit development. Again, the town draws some similarities to yours. Although here, again, the philosophy, we're using higher quality construction, not going, on a stick frame. We're using block and plank construction because it's going to be a long-term hold. We want to retain the value, increase value of the properties that are held by us and our partners in that location. So we're, again, with all our projects, we're long-term hold part of the community. This happens to be one that we hope to break ground this fall. It's in downtown St. Pete, two blocks away from current multifamily mixed use completing right now. So I think I targeted most everything on your experience brief enough, but I'm open for questions. Yeah. Thank you. That's a much one. Okay. Well, here's some good examples. This particular project, downtown Royal Oak, was, just to give you, most of the sites that we tackled, we'd like to be first in, like Rick said, and deliver something very high quality and unique to attract and add value. This project was built in a former industrial warehouse section of town in downtown Royal Oak, wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, literally. There's a towing yard across from the street. And the idea here was we would do a very high quality construction project with, features that were not offered around our competitors, although there was only one other competitor at the time. But this project won many awards, although in that location was, difficult to attract financing for. There's a lot of lenders that came and gave me a pat on the back to say, good luck, but it's not going to happen. So we obviously were very successful in this project. We coined it the warehouse district, which led to, several other developments. And the area now is, one of the most unique areas in downtown world. It is the warehouse district. Many condominiums, apartments, spawned tremendous redeveloped growth. We were the first ones in there that was able to add that. This project was two because this project in downtown Ann Arbor, mid in the 2006 era. It was many articles written. You can't build You can't build residential in downtown. You can't, it's impossible. You can't hit these numbers. They've developed the roundtables. And, you know, I wasn't even necessarily from the Ann Arbor area. And this particular project was built in a historic part of downtown. Ann Arbor, a very difficult city to navigate through. But we were able to work through all those hurdles. And, you know, this project sold out in one day. It was 22 units on a small project, but the relevance is here that we're the first ones to enter the market with any type of, you know, new major, although it's 21 units at the time. It spawned a tremendous amount of development activity to demonstrate that we could build something there. We were getting, you know, $400 plus a square foot, you know, condominium, but it's relevant to the situation here now in our business, you know, tremendously flourishing with residential downtown. I think with that, I'm going to hand over to Jim to talk about the development itself.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning. See if I can get this to work. All right, here's a good place to start. When we first looked at the project, we were looking for your vision. We looked very closely at the redevelopment plan and comprehensive plan, and that's what we used as our guiding principles. Our goals were to create a walkable streetscape, increase your density, eliminate setbacks on building line, and create a green space and that mixed use in the community. Kind of overall, the project, the total of development of the project will be 473 units and 18,000 square feet of retail, restaurants, cafe space, along with an amenity park built in 4 phases. The first phase includes 124 units with 14,000 square feet of retail and commercial. And the amenity park, phase 2 actually includes 113 units and 2,400 square feet of retail. Phase 3, 105 units with 2,000, and phase 4, 131 units for a total of 473 units and 14,000 square foot of retail and commercial space. We also include 748 parking spaces. As part of our design concept, we looked at the importance of focusing on Collins and Everts. That's where we think the development should be. That's where we fronted the majority of our buildings. As part of that as well, you can see in the overall site plan, in the beige is the residential, and in the red is the commercial. We focused our commercial at the intersections. We felt this was the best design concept and creates that urban walking scape back to the city. We felt that this Midtown project isn't the Midtown project. This is an expansion of downtown, and that's what the focus should be. So we really focused on walking down Everts and walking down Collins. We also felt the importance of maintaining that urban grid, expanding green space, and an architectural very design. Just one blow up, and the reason I include this one is this is block parcels D and E, is to show kind of a blow up of that Renfro and Everts intersection with retail on the first floor, residential above. We've included the parking is always hidden in the rear of the buildings and frontage both on Collins and Everts along both streetscapes. We also included in the residential door yards as an amenity along the fronts of the residential units, and created the mixed use. Some of our conceptual facades of the building, we tried to break up and create a vibrant urban type of core design. A mixture of facades, even where we have residential on the first floor, we treated it more of a storefront type vision and design, so that expands along the entire streetscape. Varied the heights of the buildings and the massing as well to get that varied look. A little blow up with that, trying to get canopies and encourage that streetscape activity. An expansion of downtown means an expansion of the streetscape.
That's what we're trying to achieve here. Bring vibrancy back to pedestrian corridors and bring people walking on the streets again. The vibrant downtown has people walking on the streets all the time, and that's what we're trying to encourage. The use of brick, stucco, and stone on the facades, as well as articulated balconies. It really, again, creating a streetscape. Another component of this is due south of the current Midtown Green, we're proposing an amenities park. This will be for the entire community, the pool building, community space, volleyball courts, dog parks, outdoor kitchens. And we want this to feel open. We don't want to have an enclosed structure, but we want it to feel open to the streetscape. And kind of a unique gem in that center area. One of the other proposals, they were suggesting retail. I think what we're trying to create here is an expansion of the park, so that we have an expanded park space usable by the community and the residents of this community as well. So I think it's an important feature. Some of the phasing, you know, it's one thing different about our phasing than any of the other schemes. We felt the importance that phase one should be connected to downtown. Expand from your current downtown into phase one. It also includes our amenities park, parcels A, B, and a portion of parcel E. And it energizes the streetscape along Evers. Phase two energizes Collins and incorporates, again, streetscape and residential design and commercial along that corridor. Phases 3 and 4 continue with that and extend that further to the south along Evers and some additional along Collins as well. I've included a couple of massing models indicating just in the colors of residential and commercial, as well as all the other surrounding buildings, so that you can kind of get a scale of what we're proposing on this particular site. A couple different views. This is actually along north on Evers with the amenities building and the park to the just to the north of that. Another one looking south with the park on the right. And with the park on the right again, looking down Renfro. Let's see if we can get this to work.
Can we go back to that? I noticed everything's like at 3 stories. Is there a reason why you're capping at 3 stories?
When we looked at the existing downtown, we did. Really, most of existing downtown was 2 and 3 stories, and we felt that an appropriate scale, we were able to get the unit count that we desired, hide the parking behind all the buildings, and still create the streetscape. But we can vary the heights to get a unique facade feel. But keep everything 3 stories, yes.
Okay.
Can you take your screen and make this, if you just touch it, advance it once, it should, there, right down in the bottom corner, push that. Yep, done. I'm not seeing it. Right, yeah. Okay. Well, the fly through did work. We'll move on to the next slide then. Sorry. That's okay. We'll just back up here. So again, just trying to get an overall concept. You can see the buildings fronting along Collins. You can see the buildings fronting along Evers. And again, focusing our retail and commercial at the intersections where we feel we get the most pedestrian traffic. And as part of that phasing plan, you'll see that from this view, really the development expands away from the downtown area and onto the site. Well, we just go to the last slide. So I'll turn it back over to Rick for any questions or closing you might have.
I'll close it now. Let Mark take the question. Thank you for that. You know, I think in summary, you've got a lot of good developers before you today. You got a great opportunity for the future of your city. And so I think the biggest question is who's going to get it done? And I always believe that if you want to get something done, go to somebody that's done what you want done before. And but
Mark, that Mark has done is exactly in the space what you're looking for. Going into downtown areas that have not had a significant amount of residential in the past, convincing our lenders and equity partners to come and invest in it on the basis of wanting to help create a thriving downtown through the residential component. That being done over and over and over, and they know how to be successful. Another distinguisher is I think we have a unique knowledge of how to help build the city and help build it downtown. And there would be nothing more joyful to me than to be part of that effort here in my city. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Please.
If you would tell us a little bit about, you had content in the proposal about your financing partners. It looked like it was a little bit more private equity based. Any concerns in the current environment with any shifting winds or expectations on ability for financing going forward?
No, not with we use private construction debt financing as well, funds and so forth, that we have, we have a basket of equity partners, high net worth to family offices. No, right now, multifamily in Florida, we feel is strong. I don't anticipate, and we presented those partners with the Plant City opportunity, and they're, very much, wanting to be part of it.
And how will the properties be managed?
Third-party property management.
Will they be on site?
On site, yeah, correct. We go down, we fully staff with maintenance personnel, property manager, leasing manager on 100-unit properties.
So the first phase was pretty intensive with retail as well. You feel like that can be absorbed?
Yeah, I do. I think that would be a key component for the first phase to allow there to be, that component to serve residents and come in there. They feel comfortable. They have some type of retail servicing.
I think what we're trying to do is create a sensible meta in the first phase, because you can say, well, don't do all the retail up front because that may be more risky of the investment. But you want to create an environment where people have sidewalk cafes and restaurants and things where they can walk to and go to. And that, I believe in the concept of induced demand for residential in downtowns, that if somebody tells you that I've got a market study that says you need 100 units in downtown Plant City, and then I go build 100 units, I don't think it absorbs your demand. I think it induces more demand because people see the activity level go up and they see people coming in, they want to be part of it. And so then you create more people that's, I never thought about living downtown Plant City before, but I want to do it now. Part of it is you have to have the activity on the street, cafes, coffee shops, and restaurants for people to see that they want to be part of it. So we want to market made the decision to put that in front. All the good part of it.
I think the particular location is the most logical spot as well, because of the proximity to the actual current downtown area, to encourage that pedestrian traffic from our midtown development to downtown and up and back.
I think our mayor asked a very important question before too about the development agreement, what your expectations are with that as far as you've, perused it. Is there anything in there that gives you concern? Are you looking at the ground lease concept, or would there be other expectations as far as?
This time our review, we didn't see any issues with it. On another note,
other than, I'm sorry. But I think like some of the others, we think probably lenders would want title, us to have title to it as opposed to ground lease as the phases go.
Well, to expand on what the Vice Mayor said, then is that when would that title occur? After a certain point in the construction, because that's laid out in our development agreement. Mm-hmm. So are you agreeing with the timelines that we have in our development agreement? Would your lenders be okay with that, or are they going to want it up front?
And another PPP we're doing in When the parking component, we get C of O of our building, we get C of O of their component. There is no public component here, so to speak, yet. Not, by way of developing an agreement, it could be, but it would be upon, getting C of O, and then, titles transferred to the developer. That's how that we've done in the past. But there's many ways we could satisfy both parties.
Your team, I noticed you placed your team in there. How many of those team members are local, or are they primarily in Michigan?
Those folks are local to Michigan, but we are moving our headquarters. We plan in the next 12 months. But I'm actively down here, 2 weeks a month.
Well, I think Cass Construction.
Oh yeah, no, Cass Construction would be our general contractor. They're obviously located down here. But as far as the presence of Debmar, we would have the sole development manager. Our construction vice president is in Florida. He would be overseeing this. So we would have substantial, on-site staff.
Mayor, I'm not going anywhere.
Huh?
I'm not going anywhere.
You're not moving? Any other questions? Okay. There's something that I've liked that's been a part of all the conversations that you've ever had shared is that you don't like stick buildings. Okay. For me, that resonates a lot because of, typically downtown are not they're made of concrete and mortar and so forth, and this is what we're doing. We're extending our downtown. So is that something that you're committed on to all your buildings, or is that just a component? Or when you talk about that, which buildings are concrete masonry buildings?
Right now, we have we're testing, wood frame. When you're using a commercial component, you do a block podium and a wood frame at the top. We don't see much savings. We're going through these exercises and pricing with Cass, which we have been for years on other projects. And Winter Haven was a good test model. We weren't seeing much cost differential on our block and plank versus wood frame.
So Winter Haven is block and plank.
When you have an elevated, when you have an elevated, right.
When Winter Haven negotiated, I'm sorry to cut you off, but when y'all negotiated that with Winter Haven, was that a part of the negotiating that would be a block and plank, or was that just open-ended?
No, it was our decision. We took that to the city. It's just the kind of product we want to build. And as a principal of the company, our philosophy, we don't like wood frame structures, for a lot of reasons. We've done some in Michigan when the market's necessary. Costs are probably at least 15% higher in Michigan than they are here. So we go, we target, $250 to $3 a square foot in rents. And, where we decide to build, we get those rents. So here, we would look to have the shells be, masonry.
On the retail standpoint, in the commercial aspect down there, the total square footage, can you say that again? What's the total square footage? Was it, 39,000?
Of retail?
14.
Phase one.
Phase one, about the total.
18 total.
Or 18 total, right?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so on this financing, I want to ask one more question here. On the financing, okay. Like everybody, they have to go get financing, okay? But where we've seen issues in the past is where they were seeking their ownership portion of the down payment. Where you have to put your percentage in, and so they always were seeking outside investors to help them with that. So, are you in that?
No.
I'm asking a personal question. Are you?
Yeah, no, we're not seeking.
So you don't have to go out and get outside investors to come in here for your percentage of the down payment, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay. That's all secured 100%.
Yeah, we have the financial capacity to provide our portion of ownership, yes.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. At this time, we want to go into, I'm going to bring up Robert Rosenstein, and he's our contract specialist from the procurement department. And you're going to walk us through how the process is going to work, and then we're going to open up for public comment. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners. Previously, you've been provided score sheets and evaluation criteria that is contained in the RFP. Hard copies of each have been provided for your use this morning. You may make notes on the score sheet you have, and if you need a clean copy, one will be provided to you. The criteria you're using to score each firm is based on the RFP proposals and the presentations that you've seen today. Those criteria are: number one, qualifications, experience, and past performance with the maximum value of 40 points. Criteria number two is financial capacity and capability with the maximum value of 30 points. And the third criteria is the development methodology with the maximum value of 28.5 points. Thank you.
Any questions, Robert?
Yes, you can. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're open for public comment regarding all 4 development proposals for this RFP. Would anyone like to address the CRA at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. City Manager, could you join us at the dais, please? I thought before we open up for discussion amongst ourselves, was there anything you'd like to add?
I think like all of you, I've enjoyed the presentations today. I found them very informative, and it was really good to have the presentations to back up what we saw in the RFP submittals. And there's been a comment I think somebody made here just recently, and maybe it was with the DevMar team, about what a great field of candidates we have to work with today. And I'm very excited for the CRA board to make their decision on who you would like for us to proceed to negotiations with. So looking forward to getting that next step going.
Any questions for the city manager?
Do you have a recommendation? You made it so tough.
Boy, he put you on the spot, didn't he? He did. He's known for doing that. So.
I am going to work with whoever you all score out as the winner.
Okay. Want to open it up for discussion? Or you want to go right into scoring? You're scored. I haven't even started yet. This is real tough.
We're very fortunate to have everybody here today. Great presentations, great candidates for, very accomplished and outstanding development groups. So, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic that the 4th time's a charm.
Well,
it's a difficult decision because we've got some very good options here.
I agree. I believe that we'd be really having a hard time. I don't think we could go wrong with any one of the 4 that we had today. So I think the question is, who's the best choice? This was something that began in 2007. We've been very diligent, and I think comments I've heard a couple of times a day is that when the city invests in itself, it shows that it gives courage and confidence and for developers and the financial institutions to invest in us. So I think we obviously want to continue investing in ourselves, and but I think I need to get to work and start scoring here real quick, right?
I want to make one comment though.
Please.
Thank you to the presentations. Very well thought out, and like the mayor said, we've been here before. This is the 4th time, and Mayor Baker, I like your statement. As a matter of fact, I had written these notes down as I was viewing this. It's something that maybe we can't score, but we can hear. It's like, who really had our vision? And we're able to project it. Looking at the history of the company and your work habits. More importantly, we'll be able to develop a quality project. But the most important thing that through this process is who was able to communicate it best with us with enthusiasm. And more important, who's going to be with us from beginning to see this through. And it's like me digging deep and listening and making that decision, because I don't have a shadow of a doubt any four would do the project, but who's going to be here with us to see it through from beginning to end, because we've been here before. And that's my comments as I score. Thank you.
When you're finished, you can hand me the score sheets and I'll provide them to be tabulated.
Yep.
Okay. The organization that scored first today, and I'd like to say before I announce this, is that what this does is it gives our city manager the authorization to move forward to negotiate with the first one that scored the highest today. And if for whatever reason that did not occur appropriately or whatever, or did not work out well, then he would go then to the second company on the list, as long as that company still wanted to be a part of this particular project. So this doesn't necessarily mean that if you're in the second or third place that you know, you're not a organization that was viable and or some that we'd want to consider. It just means that we have a first, a second, a third, and a fourth, and then the city manager has the ability to negotiate accordingly to make sure that he brings back a final agreement that's best for our city and best for the commission. So again, before I announce it, we just want to say thank you. We're very touched and honored that that you want to make these significant time and financial investments in our community. And we have more than just downtown and midtown. Okay, we have other opportunities in our city as well. So we'd love to work with all of you and throughout our city. So the company that came in first with 444.5 points was Delmar Development. Congratulations. Okay. The company in second was Mosaic Development with 425 points. The Housing Trust Group came in with 390 points. Okay. And then Green Mills Group came in fourth with 335 points. So again, that was a tight scoring group there. Shows you how competitive it all was. You know, we thank you very, very, very much. And Mr. City Manager, now you got the work to done. We got to start working on that agreement. But we already heard today in public comments that there's no problems with that agreement that we already have. So I think you probably sign it right now. Any closing comments? Hey, this is a great day in Plant City. Congratulations to everyone here, to our citizens, our commission, and also those future partners we have here. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much. Wow. I was shocked how close.